Okay, I'd like to get started.
There we go.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the January 19, 2023 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Chris McFarland, Chairman of the Conservation Commission. We'll be operating this meeting using the Zoom platform. At the start of each hearing, we'll elevate applicants to participate. Members of the public wishing to comment should write their name and address along with comments in the chat box to be read into the record. If you don't include your name or your address, you will not be recognized. Present on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giuso, and the Town Conservation Agent, Charlotte Patel. We'll now take a roll call of Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton. Will is not present this evening. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Chris McFarland, present. Tonight we have a quorum of 5 commissioners. We'll be taking all votes via roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. Our first hearing this evening is 76 Summer Street. I'm going to read it into the public record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 19, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for Notice of Intent 23-01 and Stormwater Permit 23-01 to demolish and reconstruct a garage, driveway, and pervious patio at 76 Summer Street.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Good evening, everyone. Jeff Hassett here, civil engineer with Morse Engineering. I'm here on behalf of the property owners, James and Bronwyn Santa Cruz, who are on the call as well. And I'll share my screen and share their project. So this property is 76 Summer Street. It's approximately 1.2 acres in size. And it's developed with a single family home built in 1830. And they have a detached garage that was built in 1950. The entire property up to the wetland line is maintained as either lawn or landscaping, which predates the Wetlands Protection Act. And the wetlands include, the blue line is the limit of the salt marsh. From that, we are showing a 50-foot buffer in red and a 100-foot buffer in green. At the rear of the property backs up to James Brook, which is a perennial stream. And therefore, we're showing in magenta the 100 and 200-foot riverfront areas. Their proposed project is to demolish and reconstruct the detached garage located here. The new garage is going back in the same general location. It is a little bit bigger, but it's more moving away from the wetland. They're also proposing a 20 by 20 patio off the side of the garage. That patio is in the same location as the existing fire pit area with crushed stone. And we provided detail for that being a pervious paver patio. And they're also proposing to pave and reconfigure the driveway, which currently comes in here. And it begins as paved and then compacted gravel. We're specifying a 3-foot wide by 1-foot deep stone trench along the down gradient side of that driveway. And that will capture the runoff coming off the driveway and promote recharge on site. We're also specifying that the gutters will run towards the front of the garage with the downspouts tying into that stone trench with a perforated pipe as well. We feel that this project can be permitted because the garage will be constructed in accordance with building code for construction within a FEMA floodplain. I forgot to mention that going over the resource areas. All of the land lower in elevation than the 9 contour is FEMA Zone AE, so therefore land subject to coastal storm flowage. Therefore, the garage will have flood vents at the lower level, and all finished areas would be on the next higher floor. It's going to be a 1.5-story garage. And all the work is outside of the 50-foot buffer, outside of the 100-foot riverfront area. And then that work that is within those outer buffer zones is in areas that's currently developed and previously developed. disturbed. There's only one tree that will be removed. It's about a 6-inch caliber tree located right next to the garage that's in fairly poor shape. And they are proposing a row of native plantings along the frontage. Erosion controls will include an erosion barrier, downgrading of the work. That will be a mulch sock with a siltation fence as well. And there'll be a stabilized construction entrance at the beginning of the driveway. And we're proposing a stockpile area and a staging area outside of the resource areas. With that, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Jeff, how did you determine the riverfront,
The mean high water field located.
which is in the cove anyway, it's 3.998 feet. And here?
It's not 3.8 because you're on the other side of James Brook, which interferes with that elevation, but it's it's a pretty clearly defined vertical face where the salt marsh ends and it drops down to the defined stream.
Yeah. Do you know how the details of that valve or flapper valve on the outlet to James Brook works? Does it close at a specific elevation, Jeff? Do you know?
I don't know the exact details on that now.
I mean, that would determine what your mean high water is within the estuary to James Brook.
Well, it actually doesn't, because another scenario is the Gulf and the way the water funnels into the Gulf from the harbor. Mean high water in the Gulf is a few feet different, at least a couple feet different than it is in the harbor, just on the other side of the bridge, just because the water is still coming in, or still, it takes longer for that. I guess the water is still coming out when the tide begins to come back into the harbor, because it has to come through that weir.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's been, I don't know, I'm not aware of any studies for the elevation in this location, but it's very well defined.
Yeah, there's a DEP defined mouth of river mouth rather for the Gulf. There isn't one here, so presumably it's that tide gate would be considered the mouth, I suspect. And so it's a little unclear how you define mean high water here. If it's open all the time, then it may be 3.98 feet.
Well, mean high water is the average high tide. So on an average high tide, it's in that, it's confined to James Brook. So defined by that bank.
I'd say it's unknown.
I don't know. It's the average high tide. So it's
it's the average. It's
mean high water.
Mean high water is the average of the lower of the two tides.
Right. So that's an even lower elevation.
Right. But that's at least in the cove. That's 3.98 feet.
Yeah.
And I see your 4-foot contour there. So I'm just wondering why I didn't use that.
That's not the mean high water in this case, because that would mean that 50, 60 feet of their lawn goes underwater.
Right.
Half of the day.
Right. I understand that. So how are we going to define mean high water here? How did you define mean high water?
We determined it based on field observations. In the field, the survey crew located that bank where water actually physically is at mean high water.
Okay, and what was that elevation?
I don't have the elevation. It's more.
Okay, so I don't see the actual riverfront staked here or indicated on your plan. I see the 100 front, but the actual edge of the stream itself is not necessarily the mean high water here. I know it must come up at least far enough to flood these mosquito ditches back here.
So the record plan for this property shows that these property lines extend to the edge of James Brook,
Mhm.
which we field verified that indeed that's where that line is correct.
Mhm. But that's not related to mean high water necessarily.
No, it is. I'm not assigning an elevation to it. So what you're saying is if this was in, Cohasset Harbor proper, we can look up what the elevation of mean high water is. And you're correct, it's elevation 3.9. But that study hasn't been done in this location, as well as many other projects. I mean, there's plenty of other perennial streams that aren't tidal, they're inland streams, and you measure it to the bank. So in this area, in this location, that bank is right here. That's the edge of the river.
Yeah, but it's tidal, and so it definitely goes over its banks from time to time. The question is, how frequently does it do that, and where is that mean high tide elevation? I think that it's kind of it's a kind of an important question, because we do have other properties within this the estuary to James Brook, and it would be nice to have that settled. So it sounds like you arbitrarily said, or not necessarily arbitrarily, but you defined it as the edge of the the streamward edge of the salt marsh. Is that accurate?
It is, yes, and I believe that's an accurate interpretation as well.
Okay.
Determination of where it is.
Okay. I don't know whether it is or whether it isn't, but at least for this hearing, I don't think we have any way of resolving that. It would be nice, as I said, if we were. I mean, I believe we had another one of these that came up, same issue, and we've had this come up in the Gulf. And you're right; these have not been well defined yet. Of course, the bylaw and the state regs do specify that it is mean high water, I believe. So I would think it's the responsibility at some point of someone who's applying for these to actually establish what that is. Maybe it's the town's responsibility, I don't know. But it is a jurisdictional line, and it should be well defined, and it's not.
Jeff, could you zoom into the garage area? So you mentioned the AE line as being the 9 contour, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Can you just run your cursor over the 9 contour? But the entry to the new garage is at 6.5, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So that first floor is the floor you say will have fence on it. Is that right?
That's correct.
So cars will be in there. God forbid there's a storm surge, they'll be sitting in the water.
Yeah, just like if they were in the driveway.
Yeah, no, I understand.
We are picking up the grade about 9 inches higher than the existing. We're coming up from 5.8 to 6.5.
Mm-hmm. So this isn't built on quite on the footprint of the old structure.
No, it isn't. It's a little bit bigger, and it's also twisted to angle to better suit the driveway that they're proposing.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
And we went back and forth on that layout quite a few times. I think we staked it in the field 2 or 3 times before landing on this layout.
Jeff, when you were describing that scenario, didn't you say that it was you were moving it away from the wetland? Looks like it's more in the buffer zone, more towards the wetland.
Yeah, it does go closer over here based on the way it's rotated. We're making it larger in the direction away from the wetland is what I was trying to say.
Is there anything preventing it from moving closer to the street? So you're not increasing the square footage in the 200 within the 200?
We played around with a lot of different layouts, and in order for the owners to get the configuration of a driveway where they could have an area to park cars and then also maneuver and turn around and get out, this is where we landed. They do have a relatively large vehicle. I think it's a Suburban.
And you said that the compacted gravel is going to be paved?
It will, yes.
The whole thing?
Correct.
So what is your increase in impervious on this? I mean, pervious? No, impervious. I'm sorry. What's your increase in impervious? Actually, let me rephrase that. What's your increase in impervious within the buffer?
The total increase in impervious is 2,511 square feet.
Okay.
And I'm not sure. And then we didn't calculate the increase in impervious within the buffer zone. What we did look at is the degraded areas in the riverfront, because that's the way the Wetlands Protection Act looks at work within the riverfront area, as areas void of topsoil. And that works out to 226 square feet of additional degraded areas. Again, in areas, although they have topsoil, it is a historically developed area.
But the 200 foot is not a buffer zone, though. It is. Am I correct in saying, Tom, that is considered the resource area?
It is, yes.
Right. The riverfront is considered a resource itself. There is no buffer to the riverfront, and there is no buffer actually to the stream, I don't think. But the riverfront is considered a resource.
So you're increasing the square footage of garage in the resource area, adding the fire pit area, or adding the patio to what was the existing fire pit area, and removing a tree from within the 200. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said vegetation, native vegetation. Was that entails that? Is that you're going to replace it with the tree with trees, or are you we're talking about flowers?
Well, it'll be bushes and trees. They haven't been selected yet, so we're specifying on the leader to be selected from the Cohasset Conservation Commission's list of principal native plant species, South Shore.
Is the gravel parking area close to the road, is that going to stay or is that going to go?
That will be loamed and seeded.
Okay.
So as far as going back to the disturbance in the riverfront area, under the town bylaws, up to 1,000 square feet of disturbance is allowed, and we're proposing 975. And under the Wetlands Protection Act, 5,000 square feet is allowed. So that's where we came up with this design, trying to fall under both of those thresholds.
Well, just for clarification, when you say allowed, it's by our discretion, correct? It's a variance.
Can be permitted.
Yes, thank you.
I'll just note that land subject to coastal storm flowage is, of course, a resource area. So, of course, most of the properties within that resource area, and I think it is obviously greater than 1,000 square feet, at least for that resource area in particular. So we would need a variance at least for that.
Correct.
Not for the riverfront area, though.
And that's an allowable variance for us, Charlotte?
Yeah, in our regulations, we say all resource areas. No greater than 1,000 square feet unless we do a variance.
No, but do we have the authority to give a variance of 2,000 total of 2,000 plus square feet?
If the commission finds it meets the rare and unusual circumstance criteria in section 13 of our regulations, yes, we can give a variance for a greater than 1,000 square foot alteration of a resource area.
This is a pretty substantial change to what's there now.
I mean, it's a large space. I mean, to just, to say that they need that room to turn their car around, or it's not really sitting very well with me, that, paving that amount of area and increasing, the footprint in the 200. I think I'd personally be looking for a little better reason for pushing it that way and not moving it. Normally, these projects, they're trying to pull out of the resource area, not moving deeper into it.
So the existing driveway is here. It includes a turnaround here, which will be eliminated. And all of this area right up to the wall. So it's a very large driveway. I mean, it's a similar size driveway. I think the proposed is bigger, but it's a large driveway to begin with. And where it's not paved, it's very compacted gravel. And the owners have shown me pictures of after storms, the water just puddling and not infiltrating. So you have essentially almost an impervious surface here to begin with. And in the proposed conditions, some of that water will get captured within this trench, which will promote recharge. And if it overtops that, it's a relatively flat lawn where that works as a vegetated filter strip before actually hitting the resource area.
It looks like the 3-foot contour is about the limit of Phragmites there. Is that accurate, Jeff?
Say that again.
The 3-foot contour looks like it's the it looks like it'd be the approximate limit of the Phragmites that's there.
Yeah. Yep. 3 follows it, the salt marsh here, a little bit lower through here, picks up 3 again. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I see the same sort of shape. Your 3-foot contour is mimicked by what I see in the satellite image here, fairly closely, actually.
Jeff,
Jeff, for the, oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, could you show us the detail for the stone trench?
Right here, it's 3 feet wide by 1 foot tall. So they'll excavate down, wrap it in filter fabric, backfill with crushed stone, and this one will have a perforated pipe running down it. And then they fold the fabric over on top of the stone and put 4 inches of mulch on the top.
Jeff, I just had a clarification question for the existing conditions. You said that the compacted gravel driveway currently ponds during storms. Is there a specific runoff curve number in HydroCAD for compacted gravel? Because I know in some regulation definitions, compacted gravel can be considered impervious. So I didn't know if it had like a 98 or if it was a little less or a little, similar to asphalt.
Yeah, let me check what we're using for that. We're using a runoff coefficient of 91, where
Okay.
98 would be impervious.
Okay.
As another reference, 74 would be grass in good condition. And it varies on the type, on the soil type too. If it was sand, that number would be lower as opposed to it.
Any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, I don't see the margins of the existing driveway here. Do you have that on another plan, Jeff?
Yeah, so this is the edge of pavement. There's a paved apron here,
Yeah, I can see that.
and then a compacted gravel driveway here,
Yeah.
coming back here to the garage.
Yeah,
Over
that's what I
here.
don't, that's what I don't see on the, on a July 30th, 2022 image here. Looks like it's grass, actually. For about, I'd say maybe 35% of that driveway looks to be grass. There's probably gravel there, but grass coming through it.
Yeah, at some point they resurfaced the driveway up to about here.
Yeah,
In this area, the grass is growing in, but it is a
Yeah.
compacted gravel
yeah.
below.
I don't know. I feel like this probably should be pulled back closer as well to reduce that. Pull it out of the riverfront area, basically, at least. And same with the patio.
Well, I don't know if we'll be able to pull it entirely out and still have enough room to maneuver without having to rebuild this wall, which would create more disturbance.
Oh, well, kind of looks like you could pull it back to those two wings that you've got there.
What's the distance there in the entrance to the garage? Like, what's the width of the driveway at that point?
From here to here.
Yeah.
I don't have it open in CAD in front of me, but about 22 feet.
It's a lot of space to maneuver, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
I'm not driving the thing. So I agree with Tom. I think that this is I'd be maybe inclined to entertain some of that impervious patio in that area, but I don't like seeing the increased garage footprint in that area. And I'd also, for that patio, I think I'd like to see some trees being replaced, not just not just plants. I think trees are important in that area.
In this area here.
No, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, they're removing a tree from the riverfront is what I mean. So I think
Put one back in the riverfront.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel, and that's how we've been, you know. I don't want Eric doesn't like trading horses, and that's not what I'm trying to do, but yeah.
Okay.
You know, Jeff, let me add something here. This plot of land is almost completely devoid of shrubbery and trees on the inland side. I'm wondering, does the owner have a reason for that? Is this briny soil that where shrubs and trees will not grow? Because if you look at it, there's only one tree there, and that's the one you're taking down. Don't see any others. I don't see any others on the satellite map either. So, I mean, ideally, within the area that we are responsible for, we'd like to have a lot more in the way of healthy planting going in there if we're going to go ahead with this project. But for some reason, it doesn't exist right now, and I'm wondering whether there's a reason for it, or whether it's just an oversight on the part of the owner.
Well, the owners have only owned it for a couple of years, and you know, that's how it was when they bought it. But if we're going to, you know, we're taking down a tree and we're talking about planting a couple more, I don't see why they wouldn't do just fine in that lawn area, especially in that area around the garage. So I'd be comfortable adding a couple trees in that area.
Yeah. Okay.
Jeff, for the stairs, you said this is a two-level garage. Are the stairs interior or exterior?
Interior.
And you said it was a story and a half, so there's not going to be there's just storage space in the top of the garage. Is that it?
There'll be likely finished area on the second floor. Yeah. Story and a half with dormers.
Well, the sewers.
I think there's a dormer on one side.
The sewer's new, correct?
The sewer service, yes.
Yes.
Yep. To tie into the other. Yep.
So there is a bathroom or a sink or something there.
Jeff, what is the square footage of the existing driveway that you consider impervious?
That would only be this small area right here. And that area is.
So the rest of the existing driveway you consider to be pervious in your calculation?
I do, yes.
Okay.
So I have 218 square feet of paved driveway.
Okay.
And 2,675 square feet of gravel driveway.
And the 2,670 something, you're considering that as pervious?
I am, yes.
And you're going to pave over that 2,675 as I see it?
Yes, and the proposed paved area is 2,544.
Is there a reason why we're paving that over?
It'll be much better for maintenance. It's the owner's preference to have it paved. You know, this small corner is in the riverfront area. Otherwise, this portion is in a 100-foot buffer, which you routinely do allow driveways to be permitted. And the majority is outside of the buffer zone.
So there's no technical reason why it has to be paved. It's a question of personal preference.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I think at the very least, you need to get it out of, you've got two resource areas that you need to be concerned with. And need to get it out of at least one of them. I mean, everything out of it. You've got
Tom, the two being the land subject to flooding and the 200-foot riverfront, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Just want to make that clear.
Yeah, it's not practical to get. You obviously can't pull it out of the AE zone. I mean, that puts you out on the street. But you can certainly, by the looks of it, you can certainly draw back enough to get out of the riverfront area. And I think you should do that.
Okay, well, we can look into that, absolutely.
And that would include the patio as well.
You know, Tom, I look at this diagram and I say that is one big driveway area we're putting in there, a paved area. And I look around town, I know where I live, 75% of the driveways do not have any area to turn around.
Yeah.
They're just single shots in, and people forced to back out, and they learn to live with it. So I don't think we have any God-given right to have turnarounds and various other things like that when we're jeopardizing the wetlands and all that. Because if you had a smaller driveway where you just backed out onto Summer Street, you could afford very easily all the manipulations that you're talking about, Tom. Make the driveway smaller,
Yeah.
narrower.
I mean, backing out onto Summer Streets can be busy. So,
We back out onto North Main Street.
Yeah.
Everyone in the center of town does.
yeah.
We live with it. And we have cars parked up and down the sides of the street. So
And you have that huge truck. You have that huge gas guzzling truck, right, Eric? Everybody's going to stop for that.
People run when they see that coming.
Okay. So Jeff, I think the what you're hearing from the commission is possibly give us another look to see if it's possible to get the garage, the enlarged garage, the turnaround, and certainly get those out of the riverfront, and then potentially even the patio area.
All right, so with that, could we request to continue it 2 weeks? And in that time, I'll work with the property owners and see if we can come up with a revised plan.
Charlotte, do we have room on the agenda on February 2nd?
So February 2nd, I think, has 3 items right now and 4 COCs, but that's at the end of the meeting. So yeah, we have room.
Okay, so yes, Jeff, we'll continue this for 2 weeks to February the 2nd.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Our next hearing this evening is an RDA. I'll read it into the public record. It's 31A Mills Lane. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, January 19, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for a request for determination of applicability 23-01 for Kevin Sargent to make a property sideline, remove several shrub plantings, and add a mailbox at 31A Mill Lane.
Hi, Kevin, can you hear us? You are muted.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Can you see me?
No.
No.
Sorry. This is a new thing pretty much for us.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
All right, there we are.
Okay. So I didn't know that I was going to have this on the computer like the guy from Morse Engineering had. Is that something that I have to have?
I can pull it up. Yeah.
Charlotte can bring it up for you.
Can you? Thank you
Right,
so
'cause
much because
I was like, I don't know how to do that.
right. It would be a learning curve. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh,
Join
you're
the
great.
pack.
Thank you.
Join the pack.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, there you go. All right. So just tell them what.
All right. So you need me to tell you what I'm supposed to do?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So I have a right of way coming from Mill Lane, 31A Mill Lane, going to Mill Lane. So it goes across the town. The town owns a piece of property in 39 Mill Lane, and then it goes across 2 parcels that I own. And I was proposing to mark it out with stones, my property line and the right of way with stones. I wrote it up, 18-inch stones, 18 inches high, I don't know if you can see that. Yeah,
There you go.
okay,
Yeah.
here we are. The, what I call one to 2 man stones that are 18 inches, about 150, 200 pounds, and using the hand dolly to install them, just setting them onto the ground. No digging, no excavation at all there, but just to place them along the property line and the right of way on the town property. And also there's some shrubbery there that they're non-native, I understand, that need this. There's 4 shrubs there and 3 of them are blocking my right of way. So I propose to remove the 3 that are blocking and install that mailbox at the end at Mill Lane side. That's
Oh, there's your
oh, there we
survey
are.
now.
Okay, you can see it now. So it's a 10-foot right of way, and it's like 150 something feet from Mill Lane. Running over the town property for about approximately 100 feet.
Right.
So
So I'm sorry. So the town property actually extends to the line that you're putting the stones on. Is that correct?
yes. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So and then is it the property line of what's labeled town property? Is that where it becomes your property?
Right at the end where this line comes in, well, you get the town property outline, and so we'll be going from Mill Lane.
Yep.
Up to that point.
Yes, that's it, Charlotte. You got it.
That's town property, which I do have a right of way.
Right. Understood. But
okay.
Right.
And then just marking my property line.
Okay. So this is here for, so what, Charlotte, what are the resource areas that we're considering ourselves with?
Sure. So there's, this is, it's a little hard to see, but there is a bordering vegetated wetland perpendicular to Mill Lane on the town-owned parcel and some of the abutting parcels. It's a little hard to see, but it's kind of these wetland flags right here. It was delineated recently for property on 15 Mill Lane that we recently approved a septic repair project. And so there's also a riverfront area. It's a little harder to see, but this is the riverfront line that kind of goes this way. So the right of way would be in the riverfront and then also in the 50-foot buffer to the bordering vegetated wetland.
And have you talked to the town about putting anyone else in the town about putting these boulders on their property?
I have not, but I did talk to the town. My attorney talked to the town about what was going on there with the right of way, and we really didn't get any feedback back from them because there was affordable housing was looking at that, and that wasn't not going to be an issue.
Right. Right. So they were approached about it.
Right.
So it seems that the neighbor's driveway is also in that right of way?
Yes. Well, there's a driveway there, but it's on the town property. Part of it is on the town property.
Right. But do you know whether or not they have a right of way to have their driveway there?
They do not.
You know that for a fact?
I do. I've had it surveyed twice, and once by Morse Engineering, and actually Morse Engineering did the design for the septic at 15 Mill Lane, and their lines are the same. They did it twice, and I had it done by Morse. It was Morrissey. That was in 1990. My father actually had that done. So it's been done 3 times.
Charlotte, can you, is there any way for you to highlight where the wetland is?
I can try. Give me 1 second. We do have a comment in the audience. I'm gonna go get to it later. Okay. Let me see if I can.
Mr. Sargent, how do you access your property now?
Well, I have another piece of property on Mill Lane, number 15, and that has a right of way that that could get me up to my house. But this is the only right of way to the house, to 31A Mill Lane, and I do sometimes drive around the bushes and go up that way. I mean, there's a driveway there.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this is the line, and then this is the 200-foot riverfront line. And then this right here is the 50-foot buffer to the bordering vegetated wetland. So the stones in this area are within the 50-foot buffer, as are the removal of the shrubs. And then the mailbox looks like it's just on the cusp of being within or just outside of the 50-foot buffer.
And could you clarify what the purpose of the stones is? I mean, just to demarcate the.
Yeah, to delineate the line and the right of way. Yes. Yeah.
And obviously to restrict the neighbor from being on the right of way.
Exactly.
Yes.
Is this a contentious thing? May I ask with this neighbor that did you say you own 15 Mill Lane as well?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. It says on this plan, this must be an old plan that you just marked up. Applicant to obtain access permission from the abutter. Is there any discussion about this placement of these rocks with the abutter?
Well, I would be the abutter.
That comment, Chris, has to do with the permit that was given for the neighbor for 15, who was going to replace a cesspool with a septic system.
Right.
Okay. And they need to get access in to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I get
Correct.
you.
From Mr. Sargent, correct.
Mr. Chair, we have a couple comments in the audience, and we have, so I'll go through the first one. Ted Carr from 88 South Main Street. Is the town property the parcel that the town meeting transferred to Affordable Housing Trust?
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I can double check on my end, but that sounds right as well. And then,
It is. Yeah.
Okay. And then we have another question. Well, actually, someone raising their hand, Robert Nelson for Shannon King, owner of 15 Mill Lane.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're raising their hand in the audience, Mr. Chair. Do we want to promote them to speak or use the Q&A feature?
No, promote them, please.
Okay. Hard to do this with shared screen. Give me 1 second. Hi, Robert. Can you hear us?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I'm an attorney representing Shannon King. I assisted her with the purchase of that property back in August when she purchased, again, 15 Mill Lane. This right away, I guess my big question is over what land does that right away go? So it must be over 15.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't go over 15 and it doesn't go over the town property,
No,
what property?
Mr. Nelson, I believe they said it does go over the town property.
Well, I think that I think if you look at the plan, part of this is going over Ms. King's property here. the 10-foot right of way is a right of way that goes over one parcel or the other, and it appears to me, based on that diagram that's on the screen now, that the right of way butts up against the town property and over the boundary over onto 15 Mill Lane, which is where he's got his stones placed. I guess I don't.
Well, by this drawing, you can't really tell, can you? Because both property lines, well, all property lines actually have a delineation, correct? So it's almost as if the right of way kind of is in between properties. So again, I don't know who the.
Yeah, that's what
I don't even see that right of way on the assessor's map. It shows a right of way on the west side of the town property, but it doesn't show one between 15 Mill and the and no, I got that backwards. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Shunstrom, right? Got it.
So I guess I can talk now. The right of way goes on over the town property. There's no question about that.
Yeah,
it's been surveyed 3 times, and it's on the town map, and it's on her plan for septic. It's right on there. It's been, and it's just recently been done by Morse Engineering.
Well, this the plan that's on the screen now. It's got that boundary line where you've got your stones placed.
Yep.
That's the property line for 15 Mill Lane, isn't it?
That's where her property ends, right, on that line.
Right.
So from 10 feet over is the right of way.
Right.
Measuring from that line, 10 feet over is Mr. Sargent's right of way.
Right away from her house.
Right. Traveling over the town property and then traveling back over 2 of his parcels.
We were very careful to do it. And in the paperwork, Charlotte, I do have the invoice from Morse Engineering on what he exactly did for me after the fact of doing the septic design, to double check.
On June 1st, he staked out the right of way.
Yeah.
Morse Engineering did.
All right, so can I just get some questions? So these stones are just to demarcate this right away. You're not actually going to be, it looks like you have a driveway further up.
You know, that is the driveway.
Okay, and so this is just a demarcation, and you're not going to actually, are you going to be using this as driveway, paving it, or?
No, I will be driving on it, but I'm not going to pave it, no. It's just a dirt driveway.
That driveway hasn't been used. Just recently, Mr. Sargent has started to travel over that area.
You know, my father, the mid-50s, has been driving over that. He's dead now, but since the mid-50s, he's been using that driveway. So I don't know how we could say that.
Well,
did you ever ask the owner of 15, either the current or the previous, not to use their driveway?
I did, but it's just we had the other driveway, and we were using that, and I took possession in 2017. Yes, that's when I took possession. So, and I had discussion with her about the driveway, and it was a problem, but
Well, I mean, we just had the last hearing. We were talking about reducing the size of the one driveway because it was in the resource area. It looks like this, if you were to add these stones, you'd be adding them to within the 50. So I mean, I think I don't really understand the reason if you have an existing paved driveway. I don't really understand the need for it personally.
It's not paved, no. It's just dirt.
The other driveway.
The other driveway goes to a separate piece of property?
This is my right of way to 31A Mill Lane, and if I was ever to sell it, I have to have that driveway. That's the only way to get to legally
Right.
to get to my house.
Could we look at the other survey map, the one from 1990, please? Thank you. That's it. Yep. Okay. Can we go back a bit? Okay. I'm going to use an arrow. This right of way here, it says right of way. This belongs to 35 Mill Lane, which Kevin also owns. The two properties are parallel to each other. However, this right of way belongs to 35 Mill Lane, 31A Mill Lane. This is the right of way that belongs to that, period. It would be a landlocked parcel without that right of way. And Kevin's parents owned 31 Mill Lane, starting in the 50s, and purchased this piece and then this piece, and then Kevin owned this one. But it would be, you know, and his dad used both right of ways because he owned all the properties together. But as Kevin said, if he were ever wish to sell 31A Mill Lane, that is the deeded right of way that goes with it, and it would be a landlocked parcel without it. He just happens to own the parcel adjacent to it, so he has that advantage of another right of way, but it doesn't belong to the house lot.
Donna, just to clarify, I think I tried to illustrate what you were describing.
You did. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So this 10-foot right of way is only for 35 Mill Lane?
That is correct.
And then
yes.
The one where you're proposing the work is only for 31A?
That is correct. Yes, yes.
That right away now is that's access to 35 also accesses 31A Mill.
No, it does not.
What's that garage there that's on 31A?
That's my garage.
And how do you access that now? You must get that through that 10-foot right away off by 35 Mill.
Well, I do, and the 31A.
Yeah, both.
So obviously this conversation as far as who's got the right to the right of way is outside of our purview. I'm going to suggest that this came to us as an RDA. It seems to me that that what we really need here is the drawing from Morse Engineering, or actually it wasn't Morse. You said Morris or Morton or something.
The one we're looking at now was done in 1990. It was
understood. What I'm saying is we need a current site plan signed by a registered engineer that actually lays out all the parcels properly and legally so that there's no question. What's in front of us is a question as to whether or not a certain number of stones can be put in this area. That it is within the 50-foot buffer for much of the length. I don't know how many stones we're talking about, but I can't give you. We certainly don't have the authority to say you can put stones on town's land. That's a separate issue altogether. All the question in front of us is whether or not you can put stones in the buffer zone and in the riverfront area. But without knowing the exact number of stones and making sure that the property, that we have an actual information for how many stones will be going in there, et cetera. I don't see how we can rule on this.
Okay, that's fine.
We just quickly, we do have I want to get to a question. Mr. Carr has asked whether or not this work, would this work prohibit affordable housing trust in the future? Mr. Carr, I'm afraid that I don't have an answer for that. I can't imagine anyone else on the commission would have that answer. So,
it didn't seem like it would. I mean,
well, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, I'm not sure how I'm not sure the legal ramifications of that easement, et cetera. So, I'm you know, that's a different issue. But I do think, and other commissioners, please chime in if you, I mean, I'd like to make sure that we're actually, you know, that we know what the buffers are and or what the resource areas are and what the buffers are and exactly how many stones we're looking at placing in here. So okay. I would say that, Charlotte, this is an RDA. I mean,
yeah, so the tricky part is this is an RDA. The timelines are a bit different. I can defer to council on this, but Alex, do you recommend anything to?
Well, so as an RDA, the commission would need to act within 21 days of filing unless the applicant agrees to a continuance.
Well, the question here is that this is a request for determination of applicability, and isn't the question before us whether or not they need to put in for a stormwater notice of intent?
Correct, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Yeah. So,
well,
I mean, I don't.
And it's within. It looks like it's within buffers. We need to have a wetlands delineation that's no older than 3 years.
Yes.
First of all, so we suspect that there is a wetland there, and there are buffers, and so that all needs to. That's all under our jurisdiction. So seems like the RDA is satisfied. We do have jurisdiction.
So for the delineations, this was a markup of the 15 Mill Lane site plan. I think the delineations were done. I'm double checking the actual PDF. I believe they were done March 2022. So the delineations, they're hard to see on the scanned copy. I can pull up the real document, but they were done in 2022, so they are recent.
Yeah, but Charlotte, this is not their drawing.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify.
So, I mean, I understand. I think that it's fairly clear that what needs to be done here is that a certified plan has to be submitted, and so rather than this being an RDA, I'd suggest that we find a positive determination and have an NOI submitted. That would be my recommendation. Any other commissioners have recommendations?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Mr. Nelson, I see your hands raised. Do you have something else you'd like to add?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, and I will read. Mr. Carr has 2 other questions here. Mr. Carr says, I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Trust. We'd be glad to work with the neighbors on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Carr. Also, Mr. Carr says, we will be glad to reach out to Mr. Sargent. Great, thank you.
Wonderful.
Because I've been in touch with the, who was the chairperson on that?
Mr. Gomert at the Affordable Housing.
Because we've talked to him several times about affordable housing.
Right. And the right of way, and just to
everyone
discuss
knew,
it.
Yeah, but because when it was at town meeting, we attended that town meeting. We spoke about it then,
yeah.
And then we spoke about it several times afterwards.
Mr. Gomer?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And there wasn't going to be, it was my understanding, there wasn't going to be any problem with them moving forward, even though I had the right of way.
Right.
Going through that.
As long as no one impeded each other, it was what it was.
Right. So, I mean, we did talk with them, and I
Yes.
will talk with them some more if they want, for
Mhm.
sure, and certain, but
Where would affordable housing be built here? On the town land?
yeah,
that-
they were proposing it anyway, that, and,
Isn't that where the wetland is?
yeah.
Yes, it is.
And,
It's unlikely then.
well, I know, but they were just throwing it out there, for different parcels of property, and so we were just a little involved with that, and it was nice to be able to talk with those people. Just, we weren't clear that they were gonna be able to do it, that's for sure. but
Right. It
but-
was proposed, and I
They-
don't know where it stands right now. We're not sure.
I think they've tabled it, to be honest with you. I think that's what I did here, but,
I think the town has another interest here as well, and I think you do too. If there's a failed cesspool adjacent to your property, that's not a good situation.
No, not at all.
And this needs to be repaired.
Yep.
I don't know what their schedule is, but it's failed Title V, so presumably that's going to happen rather quickly. And seems
I
like
think that,
you as a neighbor should be helping your neighbor out by allowing them to get the equipment in there to do this.
yeah, I don't have any problem with them getting the equipment in there. I mean, that wasn't the issue. It was just,
Their only access there is down through that right of way, it looks like.
right.
Yes.
I'm not saying that I wouldn't let them do that, because I know most of the contractors that do the septic system, and I would be more than happy to let them go in there. That's
Great.
not the issue. It's just that, there's just patio furniture and whatnot on my property, and I just don't understand why. That's all. And I just wanted to delineate the line just so everyone knew. It
Well-
really had nothing to do with the septic system.
All right. Mr. Nelson, your hand got raised again. Anything?
Yeah,
else?
I do have, actually, I got a couple of questions. One, I don't quite understand the necessity to have all of those stones placed along that boundary line. And it almost seems like that's a means of, I don't want to call it punishment, but I guess I just don't understand why. And I'm still hung up on who actually owns that 10-foot strip. It doesn't appear to go along with the town property. I believe that belongs to 15 Mill Lane, and at some point maybe there is a right of way that was granted to the owners back there. I don't find it in any recorded form in our title search, but again, we can get into that later once the plans are done. But again, as far as placement of those stones in the property line, it doesn't seem like that is necessary to preserve a right of way.
Well, unless another commissioner has a problem, I'm going to suggest that we find a positive determination on this, that in fact an NOI does have to be submitted. We'll have to take a vote on that, but that will certainly give everyone time to take a look at what possibilities there are. As Mr. Bell mentioned, it would be very difficult to place affordable housing here. Maybe the lawyers can get with the town, and you can both have a right of way there and figure a way to make this all happen. So, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing and to issue a positive determination for RDA 23-01 at 21A Mill Lane.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, would it be I'm looking at the positive options. Would it be, I think it would be either a 4 or a 5. If, we could argue 5 in terms of our bylaw jurisdiction and the variance, or we could do 4 because it's clearly in a buffer zone. I guess I can defer to town council and the 2, but do you have a preference, Mr. Chair?
I'm looking quickly. maybe you could work with Alex to determine that. I mean, to me, I don't think we have adequate plans, and I think there's question as to property boundaries, et cetera, but most importantly, we don't have adequate plans.
Okay, Alex, is that okay? Do you want to? Do we have to vote on the number tonight, or can we just say positive and get
well,
them?
one other option would be to issue positive under the bylaw and negative under the act.
Okay.
We're talking about, because really, you know, the bylaw obviously treats the buffer different than the act.
Okay, so this maybe number 6, it's positive.
Yeah.
Okay, there's also this one for work in the riverfront
But
area.
but it is subject to the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, so 6 is not correct.
Well, placing rocks in the buffer, I'm not sure that would be an issue under the act.
Well, could I speak again? I mean, what if we didn't put the rocks and we just did the bushes? I mean, I'm not able to get in there into my driveway without those trees, those bushes, and without going around onto the more of the town property. So, I mean, we do want to take the bushes out, at least to have permission to do that now and then go forward with this.
Charlotte, do you have any pictures of that?
Yes.
Because without the bushes, I still have to go around them.
Yeah, but
Sorry, give me 1 second. So this is the existing paved driveway for reference. And then these are the, sorry, it's a little blurry right now, but these are the hedge shrubs that are at the edge of the driveway. And so I believe, Kevin, in this photo, you had put these pink flags here?
Yes, I did.
So that's the area that you're proposing to remove?
Right, just those 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, again.
Sorry, it's a little blurry, but.
Oh yeah, there's a.
Yeah, that was after it was marked by Morse Engineering. Yes.
Well, I mean, I do feel that the delineation is still uncertain. So I mean, we can't. I mean, it says there's a wetland there, but I don't understand how we have a wetland if it's going uphill, which is a little strange.
So this is these are the wetland flags that were delineated in March for the 15 Mill Lane project.
Okay.
So it's a little hard to see, but these were the wetland flags that I believe it's SRE had delineated. Not these, but actually, no, I think there was another wetland back here. But yeah, the closest wetland is the one that's right on the edge of the existing lawn and partially paved right of way. So this would be the wetland right here that's immediately abutting the right of way.
And Charlotte, do we know how close the rocks are proposed to be located to the actual resource area?
So if the rocks are going along this further line, they are within the 50-foot buffer, at least partially. I believe it's like this side would be in the 50-foot buffer. I can pull up the plan again to see.
Well, you had an earlier picture. The flag is right there, so it's.
Yeah, so probably the 25-foot buffer, less than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the flag is right here, the right of way that would start there, and the rocks would be on the other side.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I think the question in terms of application of the state act would be, is the placement of the rocks going to result in some type of alteration to the actual resource area?
Right.
Versus under the bylaw, you're looking at impacts of the buffer zone itself, as well as the resource area.
Do you have a comment in the audience? Shannon King didn't give her address, but it was, clarified earlier on. She's 15 Mill Lane. She's asking to speak.
Yep, promote her, please.
Okay. Hi, Shannon, you're muted.
There you go.
Okay, hi there. I just wanted to state that I moved into the home at 15 Mill Lane in September of 2020. And at that point, there was no driveway from Mr. Sargent's property, and that I witnessed him constructing it over the stream. So I had never witnessed him drive through my yard until this late spring, I would say, of 2022. And I'm just really confused about why we need to put rocks. And I think that would make it so that I wouldn't actually be able to use the existing driveway that I have now.
But it's not your driveway.
Well, the original spray painted lines went through the driveway where I couldn't fit my car anymore. And then on June 10th of 2022, it was very early in the morning, and Mr. Sargent had come into the yard with his bulldozer to take those bushes out that my former landlord, Diane Cole, had said had been there for 40 years, and he was just going to bulldoze them without talking to anybody about it. And I asked him to stop, and he stopped, and that is when Charlotte visited the property that day to see what was happening.
That is true.
And this is Steve Crafty, 15 Mill Lane. We haven't spoken to Mr. Sargent since then, and we're also just concerned about if you can bring it back to that makeshift ramp that Mr. Sargent has built. Worried about him driving his trucks up and down it because there's a pipe underneath there. I don't know if the town put it in, but it's also collapsing. And right now there's a small little puddle coming up, and it's starting to flood because the flow of the water has been changed. It's a big concern on my part. Wouldn't want one of Mr. Sargent's trucks to slide off of that. I don't know who engineered the hill or not. Maybe you can help me with that, Kev.
The pipe isn't collapsing.
I checked it out this morning. You'll look at it yourself. There's a little bit of flooding. Maybe the whole commission wants to come down and check out that job. I don't know.
Charlotte, is this an area that you've already looked at?
Yes, back in June. So I had spoken to the sergeants and Steve and Shannon that regardless of this is clearly an area of jurisdiction for the Conservation Commission either way. So any work in this area would need our approval, whether it's through an RDA or notice of intent. So we did talk about if this area were to be altered in the future, it would almost certainly require a notice of intent. And then earlier, months later, I had discussed the possibility of aligning the stones and recommended either an RDA or an NOI. It was kind of a tough call with the 50-foot buffer. But there is a pipe going underneath this ramp. A little unclear. I did have some I did receive some documentation in 2020 that there was a video. It may or may not have been built around that time. I'm not 100% sure. But it is, as far as when the 15 Mill Lane notice of intent was submitted, it was an existing condition at the time, but that was in 2022 recently.
Also, when Mr. Sargent did drive his trucks through, he fit them through. He drove them over the existing lawn that is adjacent to my deck and had no problem getting through with the bushes there.
And also, what's your plan for snow removal? Just gonna plow over the dirt right next to a river? Just wondering, because it falls on you if it is.
Yeah, well, I would just plow it like you plow any driveway. I mean,
are you planning on putting down stone or just driving over the grass?
Well, there's gravel underneath that grass. It's hard packed. You can drive a trailer truck over that. It's not gonna sink. That's just the grass has been being mowed. So it's actually weeds is what it is. It's just green.
Okay, we're a little off subject for Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Yes.
No, sorry.
Yes.
That's all right. We're as I previously mentioned, Alex, do you want to give us guidance on how we should?
Sure. Well, so Mr. Chair, the standard, as I mentioned, varies under the bylaw versus the act, right? So under the act, the question is, does the placement of so the only activity they're proposing is placing these stones. Is that right, Charlotte?
It's also the installation of a mailbox and the removal of those non-native shrubs.
So the question for the commission is, do those activities, will they alter the underlying resource area, the BBW? That's the question under the act. The question under the bylaw is, will there be an impact to the buffer zone as well as the resource area?
Well, I'd have to say if it's being used as a driveway, then yes. I mean, will the act of placing stones? No. Will the use of it as a driveway? Yes. So, I mean, but they go hand in hand.
Well, they would definitely have to come back with an NOI for a driveway in the future.
Well, I'm going to reiterate the fact that I'd like to see a certified plan that actually clarifies this, and as well as how many stones are being placed in it and the actual buffer location. So,
I think that's a reasonable request, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
If the applicant is willing to do that, I would suggest that the applicant agree to a continuance until such time as that plan can be prepared.
Of course, of course.
But we only have, but as Charlotte said, we only have 21 days to make a determination on this.
Correct, unless the applicant agrees to a continuance to a date certain.
Okay.
So
would we have to agree to a particular date right now because the clock would be ticking for 21 days?
Yes.
Yes, but you could then.
We could change it though. I mean, if we said we'll continue it till February the 19th, that'll be the date. And if you can't make it by 19th, then you get in touch with Charlotte and agree to, I think in writing, right? Charlotte, it has to be in writing that you agree.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so Kevin and Donna, if you're able to send me an email either tonight or tomorrow, just saying that you agree to continue this until we have 2 meetings in February. One is February 2nd.
I'm not offering the 2nd. I'm offering the 19th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it would be the 16th. Let me just
16th. I apologize. 16th.
So may I ask one more question? Okay, 1 minute. I was taking notes. A certified plan. So having Morse Engineering already come out and staked it, what you want us to do is ask Morse Engineering to draw up a survey map, which would show the property lines, et cetera, an actual physical.
Yes.
Is this what we're doing?
Correct. And it would
Okay.
it would also delineate on that drawing the resource area, any kind of wetland, and then
Yes.
the buffers that go along with that.
Resource area and buffers
Yep.
going along with it. Okay, so
and then if you know, depending, you know, you'll have to go out and you'll have to figure how many stones you think you're going to put out there,
sure.
and have them show it on a plan so that we know.
Okay.
So you know, instead of it being, if it's 10 stones, it's 10 stones. If it's 200 stones, it's 200 stones. Tells us exactly what you're proposing to do.
Okay.
So I imagine he's pretty busy. So hopefully,
yeah.
Right.
I'll get a hold of him immediately and see where we're at, and if we can make it on the 18th, that would be great. But 19th.
Oh, sorry, 16th, February 16th.
16th, I apologize.
So may I ask, what is an NOI? This is other form that needs to be submitted along with it?
Yes, it's a notice of intent.
Okay.
But in this particular case, we're not asked. Our council has suggested that we continue down the path of an RDA, stay as an RDA.
Okay.
But just give us more information and agree to a continuance so that we can continue this on.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
If we can't make it, we can just extend it. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right.
That's what we'll do.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Charlotte, thank you for your help. Thank you.
No problem. Great. Thanks,
All right.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is that where I want to be?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening, I'll just mention that there was on the agenda stormwater permit 22-19 55 South Main Street, continued to the 16th of February at this time. Our next hearing this evening is NOI 22-21 and stormwater permit 22-17 at 31 Dolan Lane. This had been continued from September the 8th, 2022.
All right, thank you again. Jeff Hassett again, Morse Engineering. So I will share this. So this is a continued public hearing. We've had a few hearings already on this matter. In the previous filings, we were proposing to access the property via an easement, which required crossing the wetland. It required wetland alteration in this area, and we're proposing replication of that. We discussed other options, and we're back here with a different option that we're looking at for the first time, where we are able to move the driveway entirely outside of the 50-foot buffer. We're no longer proposing any work within the resource area or the 50-foot buffer, which I think this is what the commission was asking for originally.
Jeff,
the reason we did not do it this way was that it requires a larger easement from the abutter, which has been negotiated. And I understand that they did submit a letter okaying this plan. And they're also, they signed the application originally as well as one of the property owners.
Jeff, could I interrupt for 1 second?
Yep.
Charlotte, there are 5 of us here tonight. Are all 5 eligible for this hearing?
So unfortunately, Ms. Berrigan is not. She missed 2 meetings. I did just call Mr. Eisenhower. He said he'll jump back on in a minute. So that will have 4.
Okay.
Okay. I can give a quick recap when he gets back on too.
Okay, thank you.
The only other change we made to the plan is that the stormwater depression here was originally called out to be a grass depression, and it was suggested to make that more of a planted rain garden. So we've done exactly that, and we've submitted a planting plan calling out the species to be planted in that basin. So other than that, you know, the house portion of the project has not changed at all.
Can you zoom in on that area?
Do you want to see the driveway or zoom out a little more and see the whole?
No, this area for right now, please.
Okay. So there is a ledge outcrop there, which is another part of the reason we weren't coming through that area. But we're proposing the driveway to come up at a 12% right from the edge of Dolan Lane in order to minimize how much ledge removal will be required. It's really not that bad in my opinion.
Do you have an existing vegetation plan of trees that are being removed?
We haven't located all of the individual trees. What we have is the proposed limit of work going around. It's about 38,000 square feet. And we're calling out proposed limit of work, tree line and limit of work to be survey staked prior to construction. We have not come back and then located all the individual trees within that area just being a wooded area.
I hate to tell you this, Jeff, we're gonna need it.
Okay.
I mean, it's a big area. I think it's important for the commission to know how much vegetation is actually being removed. This is one of those, this is one of those situations where we hate the fact that we're only looking at 12-inch and larger trees, but I think it's very important in this case.
Okay, yeah, we can certainly do that. All the disturbed areas all that, the entire limit of work, we've minimized it. So it only includes the area where there's grading and there's earthworking being done. So the trees would have to be removed.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason we hadn't done it. Also with, the entrance changing, where are we going to land on a driveway? It's 4.3 acres. So it's a time consuming project, but we can do it.
I don't think you need to tell us every tree on the 4.3.
No, I wouldn't. I would just keep it to the limit of work. Yeah.
The limit of work.
Yeah.
Jeff, sorry, we do have Mr. Eisenhower back on the call. Would you be able to give just a really quick update on the changes from the last hearing? Sorry.
I will. So there's really only two. Originally, we had the driveway coming through the wetland, doing a wetland crossing, and the applicant had negotiated an easement to allow access over that area. Since then, they've renegotiated in allowing work up to this easement line. So by doing that, we're able to move all of the work outside of the wetland and even outside of the 50-foot buffer. So that's the number one change. Number two, rather than doing a stormwater depression that would be grassed, it's now going to be a rain garden planted with plants. And we had a planting plan prepared, which we submitted. And that's really the gist of the revision since the last time we met.
What's the driveway made of?
Asphalt.
Any questions by the commission?
If I'm going to come back, I have to ask some questions, I suppose. Jeff, I'm sorry for being late, but there's some unusual things going on in my house, and I'm here now. One of my concerns, you've done a good job in resurrecting this project and in moving it into a safer area. One of my concerns is what happens to when you plow in the wintertime. I assume you're going to push the snow down into the buffer zone. Is that correct? The driveway, when you plow the driveway, or am I wrong on that?
No, I wouldn't say into the 50-foot buffer zone. It's going to end up piling up right next to the driveway.
Yeah. And one of my concerns is that science now shows that the snow, after it's been salted and gritted and all that, has a similar salinity, almost as high as ocean water for a period of time. You're talking about 20 to 25% salinity. And that's what you can find in driveways and roads. Now, I'd be very concerned if that amount of salinity was during the wintertime was being pushed off the driveway down the slope into the 50 or the 100-foot buffer zone, eventually to make its way into the resource area, because the salinity is not minor. Which brings up the question, are there ways of treating this driveway in the wintertime that avoids using salt? That's my question to you.
Well, sanded, you know.
Sand's better.
Currently be sanded. That's part of the reason we have stormwater controls, is to capture the solids that would run off, being the grass depression and the stone trench at the beginning.
That's true, Jeff. But if you get a foot and a half of snow, you're going to need a barrier there to prevent it when it gets plowed off on the side. I assume any snow you plow will be going down slope in the direction of the resource area, because it's upslope on the opposite side. Yes, snow has to go someplace.
Yeah.
And I assume it's going to be going downhill, and eventually it's going to end up, whatever's in the snow will end up in the resource area.
Right. If this area were sanded or salted, that water would run off down the driveway, flows perpendicular to the contours and end up in the basin. And then over here, you're going to have runoff to the side of the road, but we're calling out a swale for just that reason, to capture that runoff and direct it into the basin.
But if you send a plow in, Jeff, and it generates a height of 2 feet of snow being pushed off to the side, will that not overwhelm any structure you have there, short of a wall holding the snow back?
I mean, we essentially have a wall. This is a berm holding back that water. I mean, and then the snow will melt right on the shoulder, and that runoff will make it run off into the swale and find its way in here.
I hope you're right. All right, I'm not sure if you're right, but
just a quick correction, Eric. It's about 25 parts per thousand, not percent.
Okay, sorry.
So
I was never very good with math.
It's a tenth of that, but it's still significant. And I don't know whether I'd rather see salt, or you can use urea as well to melt snow. And of course, that'd be a great blast of nitrate right into the wetland. So
yeah,
I'd rather see salt, I think, than using the urea-based melt mixes.
Tell me, Jeff,
if we keep getting a rain, it might not be that big of an issue.
Yeah, I know the way it's going now with global warming. Could we limit you to sand?
Well, we're going to continue this to pick up to locate the trees. Let me think about that.
Okay.
In the meantime.
All right.
Jeff, remind us of the grade. The grades here.
12%.
Yeah. So you're really going to want to get that snow off of there, I suppose, to be able to get in and out.
Did you think about putting a grate at the base of the driveway, or near the base of the driveway?
We did not consider that. We could if you would like.
I mean, you have a little bit of cross slope, but it seems like there's a good chance, especially if you have snow pushed on the edge, you're going to run a lot of water down that road, and further down the road, it's going to go right back into the resource area. So yeah, I think you definitely should do what you can to stop the water from exiting the driveway.
Okay. We can do that.
Yeah, it's only a small area there. I mean, doesn't that, it looks like it crests and unless I'm reading this wrong. Yeah.
Jeff, could you just do a quick run through on how you're handling stormwater?
Yeah, so that rain garden is handling most of the runoff. That's capturing the high point is here.
Yep.
And this whole portion of the driveway and the lawn areas in the front yard will end up in that depression. There's a smaller portion of the driveway that flows back towards Dolan Lane. That's where we have a stone trench along the side.
Yep.
And we're going to add a trench drain going across. And then for the roof runoff, all the downspouts are connected to an underground drywall system.
Okay. And the construction on the patio is?
So we don't have we have a pervious walkway in the front.
Okay.
Called out here. No patio proposed in the rear.
Oh, what is that? What is
a wooden deck?
Wooden deck. Okay. All right. And up above is your septic system?
Yes, right here.
And you've done test pits for that?
We have, yes.
Okay. Any other questions by the commission? So Jeff, how long do you think it's going to take to kind of get a tally on the trees out there?
Can we push this out to the February 2nd meeting, and I will try to get those located within the next week.
Sounds good. Okay, so we're going to continue this to February 2nd.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Our next hearing tonight.
Thank you, Eric, for jumping back on. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, got to deal with a few problems here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
We still have
Yep. Our next hearing this evening is a show cause hearing, NOI 20-05 at 191 Atlantic Avenue. This was continued from December the 1st. Mr. Turanian or Mr. Brodsky, would you like to bring us up to date?
Thank you, Chair McFarland. Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Brodsky, and together with Ray Turanian, our professional engineer with ACDI, we represent Scott and Allison Wilson. And this is a show cause to determine whether project changes warrant the filing of a stormwater permit. And just a procedural matter, I note that the agenda indicates or only references the show cause, but I'd just like to remind the commission that ACDI applied for and is seeking a certificate of compliance, which is not reflected on the agenda, but apparently was also on, both of these items were on the agenda for December 1. But in any event, just to give you a quick background, ACDI submitted a request for a certificate of compliance in March of 2022. And at that time, Ms. Pechtel noted several project elements that were still outstanding and raised concerns with the as-built plan that was submitted, principally because the as-built plan reflected field changes apparently approved by Jeff Summers, the prior agent, but not reflected on the plans of record. ACDI has been working with Ms. Pechtel, and we believe we've addressed all of the issues, including providing impervious calculations to answer the question of whether a stormwater permit is required. The latest as-built plan is revision 8, dated January 17, 2023. And I can share that if you'd like to see it.
Yes, please. Charlotte, have you seen this plan?
Yes, I admit I got it yesterday, so I reviewed it partially, just not completely yet. So I think it would be good to definitely kind of run us through the updates from the last as-built, what we saw in December a little bit and previously in March. I know Ray has also provided some letters previously to the commission, also explaining some of the changes. So I guess Adam and or Ray, would you be able to walk us through that of what's on this new as-built plan?
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that you can see it. My efforts at sharing have been successful.
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. If I might, I'm just going to hit a few of the highlights, and then I can turn it over to Mr. Terrarian to provide specifics. But I will note, and I'm not sure you can see this. Let me see if I can figure out how to make it. Have to make it smaller in order for you to see the stamps. But importantly, the plan has been stamped by both Ray as well as John Keefe, a registered land surveyor. One of the concerns was you wanted the plan to be stamped by a registered land surveyor to ensure its accuracy. And the letter that Ms. Pechtel was referring to was a letter that was actually submitted to the Conservation Commission on December 1, 2022. And that letter outlined the calculations with respect to impervious. And I'm just going to give the key takeaways from that letter, just so you have a general sense. The site was significantly developed prior to reconstruction of the single-family dwelling, the garage and pool, which is authorized under the amended order of conditions that governs this project. And the project resulted in a overall decrease in impervious. And I can go through, and I'll do this as quickly as I can. It's reflected in the letter, but the reconstruction of the house and the porch resulted in a reduction of impervious of 55 square feet. The relocated pool and patio resulted in a reduction of 879 square feet. The reconstruction of the driveway resulted in a reduction of 626 square feet. A reconstruction of concrete pads on the site resulted in a reduction of 3 square feet. There are various walkways which were reconstructed, one on the northeast side of the house, which resulted in a reduction of 560 square feet, and a different walkway also on this side of the house in connection with the pool in the house, and then an additional reduction of 47 square feet. The covered front and side walkway was reconstructed. That reduced impervious by 340 square feet. The garage was reconstructed and did result in a net increase of 193 square feet, which we've included in our calculation. The garage walkway was reconstructed, a further reduction of 20 square feet. So post-development, impervious was actually reduced by a total of 1,585 square feet. Again, that includes the increase in impervious associated with the garage. I know that there was an issue and concern regarding the stone walls on Atlantic Avenue, and I just have 2 quick points to make. One, a question was raised regarding the entrance gates or walls, and a suggestion that those were also reconstructed. That's not the case. Those are existing and have been in place for decades. In fact, I sent to Ms. Pechtel an aerial photograph that I was able to download from Google Earth, indicating that they were in existence as of 2001, and I can show you that photograph if you'd like to see it. But there was an existing granite post and chain fence along Atlantic Avenue that was replaced in place with a new stone wall. And that did result in an additional increase of 285 square feet of impervious, which was not accounted for previously. Again, if you include that additional 285 square feet, again, there's an overall net reduction of impervious. And I imagine if you considered that new stone wall separately from the project as a whole, it's obviously less than 500 square feet. And the only other note I would make is that when the wall was installed, the contractor was required to put drainage beneath it. And so it allows water to flow through that. The bottom line is that based upon these calculations and the information contained in the site plan, the revisions to the project do not trigger either a stormwater permit or administrative stormwater review. And Ray, do you want to quickly just go through and point out on the site plan the project changes?
Yes, the only changes we did in this revision 8, we did add in the general notes, we add a date, which is surveyed and did as built on the plan. Also, we added, we send the plan for review with a surveyor, and he reviewed it and stamped it. Also, we added a few dimensions on the plan to clarify wherever we put the houses is exactly what it was in the file we the plan we filed with the amended order condition. Therefore, there is no changes. I mean, substantial changes since we submit the final plan with the amended order condition.
Thank you. So hopefully we provided you with a comprehensive but quick overview, and obviously happy to answer any questions.
So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there not a wall along the, if you're driving up the driveway, is there not a wall along the left side of the driveway?
Yes, there was an existing wall that was in disrepair, and the wall was repaired in place. Am I correct, Ray?
Yeah, no, there is no wall along the driveway. There is a wall in the east side of the house. No wall along the driveway. There was a existing chain and granite post, and it still exists. And you can see it. Just if you go look at it right now, there's a hay bale line right in front of those posts, and the granite post and chain still exists. No, there's no wall along the driveway.
Somewhere on that side, there's a wall with a metal fence on top. Is there not?
Yes. That's in the east side of the house. Yes, there was a crumbling stone wall in that location, and therefore the Wilson reconstructed and built it. Yeah, there was a crumbling stone wall in that location.
And I'm trying my best. If you see my cursor, it's in this location.
Yes,
right
yeah, I can see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, it's the exact location. No, they did not change anything.
Any comments by commissioners? So I'd just like to say that the record that exists prior to Charlotte is not 100% clear. We as a commissioner suffer for that. I would like to say that Mr. Brodsky did a wonderful job going through the trade-offs here. This is not a game of trade-offs, by the way. But I will assume that these trade-offs were all agreed upon with previous agents and interim agents, et cetera. So in effect, we have to live with it. But I'm going to just say it for the public and for the record that this is not a game of trade-offs. It's not one where you come back after the fact and say, you know, we gave up 4 bananas, we got 5 apples, and now that's good enough. But unfortunately, we don't have documentation one way or another. I do wish that the as-built plan was sitting on top of the permitted plan, so that those things are easier to see, which they're not. But again, I think we're somewhat restricted because of conversations that were not documented properly. Charlotte, I don't know if do you have any comments or concerns, questions?
Yes, just to address the general question. So given all the trade-offs, as the chair was mentioning, in terms of the approved plan from September 2020 versus the as-built, given the deviations, it seems to show a decrease in impervious. However, my question is, and I think this was brought up at the last hearing, as to whether or not the deviations added up to an alteration of land that was greater than 5,000 square feet. So I was hoping to just get a little bit of clarification about that for the commission. And I don't know if anybody else had follow-up questions, but that's I think that was one of the main things, just to kind of illustrate that.
And I'll take a crack at that, but I'll of course defer to Ray. As I indicated, this site was fully altered. I believe that all of the work, all of the deviations that you referenced have been in previously altered areas. So the house got smaller in its footprint. The pool was relocated into an area where there was already existing alterations. I think the only area potentially where there was sort of new alteration would be that small additional area associated with the garage. And as we mentioned, the wall at the street. None of that would come anywhere near 5,000 square feet of land alteration. And obviously there is an exemption within your stormwater bylaw to allow you to do things within existing footprints of existing structures. So I don't think that we have a de minimis increase in land alteration here. And it's a judgment as to whether, and most of that would be exempt anyway, given the fact that it's already within existing structure. And Ray, did I make a mistake on that?
No, you're absolutely correct. Yeah. And when we came from the commission, everything is just in the, it was developed. Every inch of this parcel, the places is all developed, and we are not encroaching any area except the working area, as we mark with our filing.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just clarify one thing in the bylaws, and as the chair was mentioning, I'm not sure what may have happened in 2020, but the replacement of an existing building with a new building that's greater than 500 square feet actually requires at least an administrative permit for stormwater, as long as 5,000 square feet of land isn't being altered. And again, in 2020, I'm not so sure, but at least with administrative stormwater permits, that is required for the replacement of an existing building with a new one that's greater than 500 square feet.
Yeah, I think there's a different interpretation of the bylaw at the time this was permitted.
I can't confirm that, but I would imagine so. I think that I would assume that criteria in the bylaw might be confused with the net increase in impervious, but as I've confirmed with council, it is the replacement of an existing building with a new one, regardless of a net increase of impervious, that requires at least an administrative stormwater permit.
May I say something? Actually, we did not. The only addition we did was a garage, and that was less than 500 square feet.
Okay. Any other comments?
I just had one question for our town council, Alex. I thought the word COC was on this agenda. I apologize that was not on there. This was an original COC request, as Mr. Brodsky stated back in March 2022, which was denied for, addressing the deviations. And then they came back in December and we continued it. So are we allowed to vote on a COC tonight if it wasn't specifically listed on the agenda, but that was the original intent of the show cause hearing?
No, I would recommend for open meeting law that you just do that at the next meeting and properly.
Okay.
So I'm gonna recommend that we continue this till February the 2nd. At February 2nd hearing, we don't need to have any presentation or commentary. We'll just open it up and vote if that's acceptable.
Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate this evening to vote that there's no requirement to submit an application for a stormwater permit?
I think that would close out the show cause aspect, right, Mr. Chair. So I think that would be appropriate.
That's fine. We can close the public hearing and take a vote to confirm that there's no necessity for a stormwater permit.
And just to clarify, I don't think it was a public hearing. It's certainly a public meeting that it would need to be resolved. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second it.
All right. Having a motion and a second to confirm that no stormwater permit is required. We'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask Ms. Pechtel to please place the COC on the agenda for the meeting on February 2nd.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we put COCs at the end, so it's more of like a public discussion. So if that's acceptable, it won't be listed as a show cause hearing. It'll just be COCs at the end after the public hearings.
No, thank you. We just want to make sure it gets on the agenda. But
yep. Nope, thank you. Sorry, I thought it was on there.
You have a lot on your plate.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening is also a show cause for 100, 102, and 104 Howard Gleason. This is in reference to NOI 20-06 and continued from December 15, 2022.
Hi there, Attorney Jeff DeLisi. I'm representing the owner of the property, Mr. Hermans.
Okay.
I don't think he's on the call, Jeff, but please let me know if I don't see him. But...
Norbert, he's
I was gonna say I didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's in Europe,
yep.
And obviously it's the middle of the night.
Yep. So I can give, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'll give the commission just a quick run through. So we opened the show cause hearing initially, I believe back in December. So just to kind of recap, there was evidence of some machinery being used in the southernmost BVW. And then Jeff has some clarifications for that. It wasn't used to cut the Phragmites, but it was used to kind of move the cut material into one area and or remove it from the site. So there was a special condition in the order conditions that no heavy machinery was to be used. So it was a violation of the order. There was also no DEP sign that was posted. I can share my screen to show a couple pictures, but as of now, there is now a DEP sign that's posted and visible from the street for this project. This is a 2020 NOI, which was a project that the commission approved to remove Phragmites from the, there's two wetlands. There's a southernmost one, and then there's one that's further to the north, which we can show on a site plan. So a cease and desist was issued by me until some of these violations were corrected. So I think Jeff and Brendan can give a little bit more of an update, but just to show that the DEP sign is posted and that some of the machinery that was clearly on the site was used not to cut the Phragmites, but to move it and or remove it from the site. There were also just a couple other deviations to note that the applicant still needs to plant 15 trees. There are trees that are planted on the property. However, they look dead to me. So at some point to close this order of conditions, sorry, the pictures are kind of blurry right now. Those will need to be done. And then one of the other deviations I noted is when all the Phragmites were cut, there were no erosion controls or stabilization measures that were, implemented after the Phragmites were cut, giving a concern with erosion and sedimentation into the street. We know this Howard Gleason Road floods quite often. So since then, they have also installed just some hay over the top to kind of keep it down for now. So it's at least partially stabilized. And another method that we talked about is there is a catch basin that's further down on Howard Gleason past the yacht club. We did talk about potentially putting in a silt sock around it to prevent any sort of sedimentation getting into those catch basins. So that's definitely something that I'd be willing to entertain. I don't know if the commission has any other comments, or Jeff or Brendan, if you have anything else to add in terms of the cease and desist and show cause.
Thank you. That's a very good summary. Norbert hired us basically to, once he received the violation notice, to work with the commission to make sure that we bring it into compliance. And so really that's what I've attempted to do. The lion's share of that included the stabilization that you see, the hay. Following my site visit with Charlotte yesterday, I went back. I realized that this order of conditions was issued right at the very beginning of the COVID emergency, and so we were able to view the videotape of the last meeting, which occurred in 2020. And I have to say, it was a really good meeting. I was not there. It was John Cavanaro, and there was quite a discussion about the proper method of eradicating the Phragmite and the, for lack of a better word, efficacy of just kind of mowing it down continually and trying to get rid of it that way. So what was apparent to me is that there is a bit of a conflict in the order of conditions insofar as it references a habitat management plan that the commission requested that John obtain. John obtained, he hired an expert, obtained a habitat management plan, but that management plan relied upon the application of herbicides to remove the Phragmite, and obviously that's a no-go with the commission. And so the real question that we kind of were confronted with yesterday, besides making sure that the communication is correct, that there is no machinery that's brought onto this property. The Phragmite in this case actually was cut with a gas-powered handheld hedge trimmer, basically. But in any event, the owner is very clear now that there's to be really the only machinery that the commission allowed, essentially, that was even contemplated and discussed at the meeting was a lawnmower type of device. And so he has actually no intention of bringing a lawnmower on. Though if he continues to cut the Phragmite, it would be with the handheld device. And now, even though the order doesn't speak of whether it's appropriate to remove the cut Phragmite, if the commission believes that it's best to leave it, then he would leave it. And I happen to notice that in the discussion that the commission had with Mr. Cavanaro in October of 2020, John had indicated specifically that the Phragmite should actually be kept on the site, that it doesn't propagate after it's cut or something to that effect. So I think that that is what we would do. As far as the trees are concerned, we have to evaluate which ones have died, not survived the growing seasons, and obviously replant. But the bigger question here is, will we achieve our objective? And it's too early to tell at this point with respect to whether we're able to eradicate the Phragmite. We understand what we need to do for stabilization as far as the hay is concerned. If Brendan has any ideas with respect to the silt sock and the catch basin, we'll do it. And I was asked to pass along, an appropriate apology for not following the word of the order. It was a misunderstanding with our landscaper and won't happen again. Thank you.
Any comments by commissioners? Oh, sorry, Brendan, did you have something to add?
I mean, Jeff referenced about maybe doing something with the catch basin there, and I would maybe, maybe put a silt bag in there, or maybe just a couple of hay bales around it, because the water sheets right off of this, and that's the low point. There's a opening in the wall right there, so it captures all the runoff from this area. So there's no, so I'm thinking just maybe about 3 or 4 straw bales or a silt sack around that. To prohibit some of the, the water that's going in there now, as you can see, is clean because there's really nothing there. And the really wasn't, as I explained to Charlotte out there, is like we just cut the Phragmites. We didn't dig up the roots or anything. So there's really no land disturbance. We just really cut the Phragmites. So the root system is still in place, unfortunately, at this point. But so I just think something simple around that catch basin would do the trick for any more siltation runoff.
Charlotte, you have any comment?
Yeah, so in terms of this project, I mean, we're kind of faced with two parts here. One would be the immediate, right now, cease and desist is still on the property. Question to the commission is, one, are we satisfied with the stabilization, the DEP sign, the additional silt sack and or silt sock around the catch basin? I wouldn't recommend hay bales. I know those aren't really used anymore. And then, is it acceptable to lift the cease and desist and just keep trucking on with this order until it expires or until they require or request an extension if needed? And then the bigger question is, this order was issued in 2020. For some reason, it wasn't an ecological restoration NOI. I'm not sure why, but it is clear, at least from what I can see, that the order versus the habitat management plan versus the site plan all kind of say different things. As Jeff noted, we did not allow herbicides to be used on this project. So I guess it begs the bigger question with the commission of how would we like to see this order, if it needs to be revised, if we need to reconsider the habitat management plan and or site plan to ensure compliance with this order in the future. At least on stabilization and erosion control, it sounds like the applicant and representatives are understanding of that. But in terms of the larger goals, the habitat management plan listed, 80, 90, 95% success of removal of Phragmites within a couple of years, but that was with applied herbicides, which we did not allow.
My recollection of the conversation, sorry to jump in, but I think it's appropriate here, is there was discussion about a product called Avenger. And at the time of the discussion with the commission, there was reported success, but really not enough data to determine pros and cons of utilization. It was apparently an organic product. I don't know if there is now, since we're 2 years down the road, any additional data, if the commission would even be interested in revisiting that conversation. That might be a potential. We're going to need to regroup on our end, just about, is this a viable plan? Like I personally have questions. It was obviously the route that the commission, the applicant, Mr. Cavanaro, took, but I think I probably have some discussions with the owner of this property, because the area that you see, which was cleared here, if you can see in the very back of the photo, there's some more Phragmite growing. So there's actually kind of 3 separate areas. Am I right about that, Brendan, on the plan, that where there would be an eradication of the Phragmite, and this was kind of phase 1, so to speak. And the whole concept, even though this is a 3-year order, really was to mow or remove 3 to 4 times a year for 5 straight years. And then at that juncture to revisit whether or not it has worked, so to speak. So really we're kind of at the beginning stage of that. And I think some additional discussion needs to be had as to what to do with this order. But that's a larger picture. I think I would agree with Charlotte. The question is it appropriate to lift the show cause or the violation notice?
So, Tom, you probably know better than I do at what point the seed from Phragmites is viable. I would think that once the seed is viable, you wouldn't want to leave the Phragmites lying around. You know, to be candid, you know, this property is for sale. I think that, you know, that was most of the intent of this in the first place, was to make it look pretty. I don't think it hurts to keep mowing it if they're going to keep mowing it, as long as erosion controls are in place.
Yeah, I don't know anything about propagation of Phragmites. I know it. No, I don't know much. They certainly have a big seed head on them, but I don't know whether that's viable seed or not. I think they mainly propagate by rhizomes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe, I think it was Jeff and myself, we tried to contact the certified restoration ecologist who put together the habitat management plan. I haven't heard back from him yet, but if the commission is interested in kind of reorganizing this order with this continuing mowing method, if anything else is needed, it might be worth the question. I'm happy to follow up offline if that's an interest. But yeah, I guess it's just that two-part question of, do we want to lift the cease and desist and just allow this mowing to continue if erosion controls are in place, and or would the commission be interested in seeing some sort of amended NOI potentially to, you know, reorganize the site plan, the habitat plan, any necessary conditions? Or are we kind of satisfied with just leaving it as is and just keep mowing it?
Well, I could tell you, Charlotte, that in my discussion with the owner, it's appropriate to follow up with the professional on that question. Yeah. You know, right, in order to answer the larger issue of viability of this project. Mm-hmm. So we have no plans of doing any additional work until we've, you know, had those discussions. And I think we would then need to double back to you, because if the order needs to be modified, or if the commission needs to consider any additional activity, we would obviously have that be done prior to any additional activity. But it's up to you on whether to lift the violation technically or not.
You know, Phragmites does perform essentially the same ecological services as cattails. It's cover for wildlife. Obviously, any small critter that, or even medium-sized one that wants to stay alive and not be picked off by a hawk here, is not going to be walking across that field, whereas before they would have had some cover. So I think we realize that Phragmites is an invasive species, and just our kind of knee-jerk reaction is let's remove it. But I think we'd be having a completely different discussion if this were completely covered in cattails. But in fact, cattails do exactly the same thing. They provide cover. They provide nesting habitat for marsh birds, and also importantly, they do tend to build up soil, so and prevent erosion. So when you cut them down, you are exposing the ground to erosion, potentially erosion that might not have taken place had they still been standing. I don't know that I mean, it seems like you're already on the, have this in process. And so it seems a little late to be revisiting the notice of intent to me.
Yep.
So in that case, I'd with the understanding that I'm going to be continuing to collaborate with Charlotte, I would ask the commission to lift the violation, but you very well might see us back either with a request for a partial certificate or some type of modification, depending on what we learn.
Okay. Charlotte, do you have a problem with lifting the cease and desist? No?
No, I just wanted to make sure Commissioner was on the same page.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just keep the vehicles out of there. So,
Yep.
Do we need to vote on this? What do we need to do?
I believe we just, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we do need to vote on it just to close the show cause and just.
Yeah, I think a simple vote to close out the show cause would be appropriate.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to close out the show cause and to lift the cease and desist. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Make a motion second. We'll take roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Please stay in touch with Charlotte.
Thank you.
Will do.
Our next hearing this evening is show cause for 76 Lambert Lane. Charlotte, I'm guessing that we have no one here for that.
No, unfortunately. I can give a quick update from.
No, there's no reason for an update. I'm sure it's the same as last time. Unless someone from the public has a comment, then we're going to kick this down the road as we were suggested by council, and eventually it'll have to actually come here. So we're going to continue this hearing for Charlotte. There's no, I mean, if I remember correctly, it's way out, right?
Sorry, the next meeting is February 2nd.
No, this particular, the 3 years on this ends.
The 3
like
years would
August
be
or something.
November, yeah, November 2023.
All right, so I'm going to do this by the month because
Okay.
it's likely we're not going to hear from anyway. So I'm going to continue 76 Lambert Lane until February 19th.
Or 16th.
Sorry, 16th.
Sorry.
I don't know why I have 19th in my mind.
Okay.
All right. Next hearing is 692 Jerusalem Road, which is a show cause continued from January 5th.
Hi, Adam. I do not see Mr. McClary on the call unless he's under a different name, but.
No, Ms. Bechtel, Mr. McClary is caring for his ill wife, so I am here alone this evening.
Okay.
And I'll just give a quick update if that's okay. So we opened the show cause hearing initially. Forgive me, I think it was, January 5th. So the property owner had gotten a building permit previously to construct I believe a screened-in porch addition-like structure. At the time, it was just under 500 square feet of net increase of impervious. There was a stone retaining wall that was noted on the plan by a landscape architect. However, the building permit was just for the addition. So at the time, it did not need an administrative stormwater permit. However, the owner had also afterwards filed for a separate building permit for the retaining wall. However, it at the time was not in compliance with zoning, so I don't believe a building permit has been issued so far. And then it also did, the wall was partially built, so it did trigger the stormwater permit because that the wall would have put the project in general over a net increase of 500 square feet or more. So I'd reached out to the property owner, clarified the situation. And I know, Adam, you might be able to give us a little bit more of an update on this, but I believe they are working with an engineer to submit to us an administrative stormwater permit. But I know the commission, I believe, did have some questions or concerns about the disturbance in the front yard. If you're able to give us more information about that. Unfortunately, I only have one picture, so I can pull it up, but I can also pull up the plans that were submitted with the building permit if the commission wants to see those too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I proceed, please?
Please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Adam Brodsky and I represent the McClarys. And as Ms. Pechtel stated, the McClarys contractor built a retaining wall within the front yard setback without a permit, and it exceeds the maximum height allowed under the zoning code. So it was a zoning violation that then led to this issue. We've reached out to the building inspector and reached agreement regarding reconstructing the retaining wall and getting a building permit for that activity. The client has hired Rick Smith and McKenzie Engineering to update the survey plan and then calculate the land alteration so that we have some figures that we can rely upon. Once we have that information, we will consult with Ms. Pechtel and determine whether we need a stormwater permit or stormwater administrative review. Just for your information, the contractor actually would like to go out there and do the repair work next week. They've already been in contact with the building commissioner to coordinate that work and make sure that it's in fact authorized. And then the intention is then to McKenzie come in right after then to do is fundamentally an as-built survey. So the idea is to reduce the height of the wall so that it doesn't exceed the maximum height required within the front yard setback. And the elevations will have to be changed and the fill moved in order to address that. That will all be reflected on an engineered plan and will be submitted for review to the commission in connection with a stormwater permit. So that's the information that I have, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions, but I don't have much additional information. Thank you.
So, Mr. Brodsky, are you asking us to remove a cease and desist on this?
I don't believe that the Conservation Commission issued a cease and desist. The building department issued a cease and desist. And so they're addressing that directly with Mr. Hallen, the building commissioner. All I'm asking is up to you whether you wish to continue the show cause to make sure that you're keeping a thumb on this, whatever you think is appropriate. But this is not an instance where we're contesting anything. We just need to gather the information. It is going to take us some time to get that surveyed information so we have all of the calculations for you. So I don't know whether you want to continue this for 30 days. I leave it to your discretion as to how administratively you want to handle this.
Charlotte, what's your recommendation?
So my one question to the commission with the show cause hearing is, considering this would essentially be an after the fact stormwater permit, either administrative or full, depending on the land alteration. But I guess, does the commission have any other concerns that should be addressed in the submission? I know we had some questions about the disturbance in the front yard. And if, we're obviously going to see the calculations in the report, but if there's anything else, I'm happy to, work with the applicant and Mr. Brodsky on any of that. But I did not issue a cease and desist only because the building inspector beat me to it. At this time, I don't believe they're allowed to work on the retaining wall without his permission.
What's the reason for the retaining wall? Are they putting a patio behind it? What are they doing?
I believe there are walkout doors to the addition, and it was a desire to simply level the land so that there'd be a safe walkout from the addition. And so they're going to have to come up with some engineering solution to address the topography there.
Stairs.
That could be it, Mr. Bell. I think there's desire, both of the building department and the client, to reduce the size of the wall. So that's why there's a desire to move forward with that work as quickly as we can.
Right.
I don't know if the commission has a different view of the world, but I think that the desire is no one wants to see this non-compliant retaining wall within the setback.
There's another item that should be addressed immediately. The contractors have totally torn up the right-of-way in front of the property with their trucks, and it's a swamp down there. And there should be, I mean, this is, first of all, it's town property, but there should be some erosion controls there, and they should not park on what they've already turned into just mud. The grass is gone. I mean, that's on town property. So normally for construction, we would have a construction entrance. There would be a tire wash down site. None of that exists here, and they've made a mess. Can't even walk on that side of the street anymore.
No, thank you. I'll bring that to the immediate attention of the homeowners.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So how do we proceed, Charlotte?
My recommendation is, I will continue to work with the owner and Mr. Brodsky. If we can entertain an expected timeline, that would be, I believe, most beneficial for the commission, especially since, this work is, was constructed without the issuance of a stormwater permit. So if we say 30 days to submit either an administrative or a full stormwater permit, depending on land alteration, that would be my recommendation, unless we want to agree on a different timeline. But I think it'd be good to get a timeline of when we can expect this submission.
Can you show the plan for a second?
Sure.
My concern is that, and this has happened to us before, is, things go hard ahead in the field, and then when it's all over, we look at it and say, oh, we should have done this. So I just.
Sorry, give me 1 second. My mouse is not happy. So this is the drawing. This is this isn't the one the new engineer's working on, but this was the markup of the original architectural plan that was submitted with the building permit. So the wall, the new wall structure is highlighted in yellow. There do seem to be some red markings for some slight regrading of the front yard, but we'll definitely need to see the official site plan by the professional engineer, because this was a sketch that was submitted with the building permit for the retaining wall, which hasn't yet been issued. And then the addition, which you can see right below it, that was the, I think, screened in porch in addition. And that was a net increase of below 500 square feet. It was close though. I think it was like 400 something. And then, so we'll probably need to see all of this on a site plan, doing the calculations, the stormwater report, seeing if anything has changed or if it needs to be, equal to or lesser than pre-construction. Any regrading if it's necessary. I know the owner was going back and forth about this, so whether or not it was actually needed. So we'll definitely need to see that on a plan, as well as any stabilization for the right-of-way, as Mr. Bell mentioned, or the front yard, or any sort of restoration. It does kind of indicate that the slope was going to be regraded from a ratio of 1:4 to 1:3, but again, I don't know if that's still going to happen. But this was the sketch of the retaining wall that was submitted for the building permit.
You can't zoom out at all, right? That's all you have?
Yes, I can, sorry.
Yeah, that's a real sketchy sketch for sure.
Sure is.
And then this was the structural, this is what they submitted.
Somebody signed off on this?
In terms of the engineer at the time, it was a structural engineer. He did stamp it. But I believe, I'm sorry, who's the new engineer, Mr. Brodsky? I forget, sorry.
McKenzie Engineering, Rick Smith.
Okay. Yeah, so not this company.
Right, they're registered professional engineers, not structural engineers and surveyors.
Charlotte, has the height of the retaining wall exceeded the plan that was submitted? It's got elevations that on that cross section there. Yeah.
That is a good question. I'm not sure.
Is that 8 feet at the top that it says at the top?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe that says 8 inches in terms of width of the wall.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Bell, I want to say
there's the 8 feet to the left of it. See where it's been? It's right in the middle on the left-hand side, Charlotte. Mm-hmm. That's yeah. You almost touched it.
Yep, 8 feet. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Looking at the wrong direction.
Yeah, but that's not. That's saying the full
4 feet above
height,
grade. Then
4 feet above grade, which means that it would need a rail on top as well.
Yeah.
Well,
so that looks like it's more at least the photograph that we looked at looks like a bit more than 4 feet, more like 6, 7.
Mr. Belli, I was going to suggest, I believe it's approximately 6 feet.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, we're not contesting that this should not be built at that height within the front yard setback.
Yeah.
And with respect to timing, obviously the key is to get McKenzie out there to do survey, and that's what is slowing us down. And again, if with the desire to actually not cut down that wall, the idea was to bring McKenzie in after that's done, so we have an accurate plan that shows the height of the wall, and that's why I suggested 30 days as being appropriate.
There's a good deal of bare earth there on the west side of the property.
Yeah.
And in fact, and in front, and it is fairly steep there. There have been incidences where there's been sediment leaking across their boundary. So they really should be putting down something to stabilize the surface. You can see on the right-hand side there, that's all bare earth, not quite to the tree line, but the length of the house in any case. And you got a pile of fill there. I mean, all of that stuff needs to be stabilized. Maybe more than just having silt socks around it, but put a tarp over it.
I agree, especially if stockpiles aren't used within 5 days or greater. It's usually standard to put some sort of silt fence, tarp, and/or all the above around dirt stockpiles and any other material stockpiles. So I can definitely work with the property owner to do that ASAP. And then any sort of other erosion control that may or may not be needed for the area on the right that you indicated would be, I think, a good idea as well. We did put this up first immediately just to put something rather than nothing instead of just the stone wall. But I do agree with your comments.
Mr. Bell, we would welcome any information from Ms. Pechtel regarding what would be appropriate under the circumstances.
Great.
Sounds good.
Is this within a buffer, Charlotte?
Oof, tough call. I would guess no. This is on the opposite side of Jerusalem Road. That's further away from Straits Pond, but we may need to see that on the site plan as well to make sure that it is outside of wetlands jurisdiction.
Oh yeah, no, they're big properties across the street. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a good long ways to Straits Pond.
That's what I figured. I just didn't want to say that officially.
There are areas where you're awfully close to Straits Pond.
Right.
This isn't one. Okay. Well, I think we can continue this for a month and see what happens.
Okay, so do you want to keep the show cause open then, just until they submit something?
Yes.
Okay. Is February 16th acceptable?
No, well, I think Mr. Brodsky said they need more time. So we also have a bunch of questions here that has to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my screen.
Sorry.
Let me promote. We have Peter McClary on the line. He is property owner.
Well, good.
Oh, Okay.
Sorry, I promoted him to a panelist. He's should be coming through soon. There he is. Hi, Peter. Can you hear us? Sorry about that. I didn't see you with my screen share.
Hello.
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Hi, how are you? I'm sorry, I've been trying for the last half hour, 20 minutes or whatever it is, to figure out how to chime in. I couldn't hear a lot. I'm taking care of my wife who's just had surgery and my 2 young girls. So I apologize for not being able to be there, but I can quickly answer any questions you have about what I've spoken to John Hallen about what we're doing to rectify any concerns.
Peter, it's Adam Brodsky. I've filled in the Conservation Commission as to what has transpired, but thank you for volunteering to offer any, answer any questions.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to just also point out there has been no fill that's been brought in. That was the last thing I heard. We put up the retaining fence for sediment. I've spoken to John Hallen, and we are submitting a plan to lower the wall down to code, and we have no plans to regrade anything that even comes close to 5,000 square feet. It just was a very steep steep grade coming out of the office to the addition, and somehow I think my builder took a little bit of liberty in trying to say, like, okay, let's try to do this instead of building steps down to where it would satisfy, you know, grading, conservation, and the zoning law. So we're doing everything in, you know, that we can to comply with anything you need.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter. Sorry to fill you in on some of the stuff. I'm not sure if you had sound, but I'll definitely be in touch with you offline about, oh, sorry, what was that?
I didn't have sound. I could see you speaking, but I have very poor lip reading skills. Yelling skills, you know, I can tell when people are yelling at me, but not lip reading. So.
No, I can give you a quick update. So at least in terms of the show cause hearing, it sounds like we just want to keep it open, I believe, until, was it the 16th, Mr. Chair, to continue it?
No, to March the 2nd.
March the 2nd. Okay. And in that time frame, you know, I'm happy to work with you on the submittal of a whether it's administrative and or full stormwater permit. And in the meantime, in addition to that, I can touch base with you about we had talked about you know, covering some of the dirt stockpiles that are currently in the yard and putting in any necessary stabilization in addition to the silt fence. So I'm happy to talk with you offline about that while we wait for the stormwater permit.
Yeah, that's fine. And I would also, once again, like to reiterate that we're waiting to submit a plan to the building inspector of how to lower the wall and submit a grading plan, because in actuality, we're not regrading very much at all. So what you're seeing is what was there in the beginning. So with less grass and obviously no irrigation, which doesn't please me. So we'll work with you in any way we can.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that show cause is continued till March the 2nd. Our next hearing this evening is Stormwater Permit 22-34, continued from January 5th. It's at 94 Black Horse Lane.
I'm currently promoting, I believe Nina's in the audience and Carmen. Hi, Carmen. Hi, Nina. You're both muted.
Hey, Charlotte.
Hello.
Mr. Chairman, can we begin, please?
Please do.
Good. Well, thank you. Again, it's your lucky evening. My name is Adam Brodsky, and in this matter, I represent KD Custom Builders, LLC, and I will be replacing Attorney Watsky on this matter. You have also attending Nino DeNuno, who's the agent of KD Custom Builders, as well as Carmen Hudson, our registered professional engineer. And I understand that after the last public hearing, there were 4 outstanding issues which Ms. Hudson addressed in her January 12, 2023 submittal. And Ms. Pechtel did provide us with a list today of additional issues which we're prepared to address this evening, and I believe that can be resolved with conditions. And with your permission, I'm going to just briefly address the issues that Ms. Hudson addressed in her submittal. The first is, as briefed by Attorney Watsky, there is no buffer zone to 100-year floodplain under the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, the Cohasset Wetlands Regulations. And in fact, under your regulations, it expressly states that there is no buffer zone to 100-year floodplain. And that's at CWR Section 2C. Just as a point of information, I've permitted many coastal floodplain projects in Cohasset, and at no time has the commission ever required a buffer zone to floodplain. And generally, I've got a good understanding of both the wetlands bylaw and the regulations regarding flood protection. I don't think it's necessary to do a deep dive on the issue, but I'm prepared to talk about that because I think it's crystal clear from the regulations. And I understand that you want to identify the relevant wetland resource areas so they're accurately reflected on the site plans. But I just make the note or the point, it's a stormwater permit application and obviously not a notice of intent. Second, the riverfront area has been delineated, identifying mean high water using NOAA data. And as Ms. Hudson's indicated, mean high water can be found at 3.98 NAVD 88, and we provided that additional information to the commission. Additionally, Ms. Hudson has calculated the volume of the offsite isolated vegetated wetlands. And so isolated vegetated wetlands series D is 250 cubic feet and is potentially isolated land subject to flooding under your bylaw only. And IVW series C does not have any holding volume and would not be considered isolated land subject to flooding. And lastly, Merrill revised the project to eliminate the proposed porous paving, proposing the use of gravel instead, and have updated the long-term O&M plan. So I know that Carmen is prepared to address Ms. Pechtel's additional issues, unless you wish to turn it over to Ms. Pechtel to raise those. We'll be guided by however you want us to speak to those issues, please.
Oh, Carmen, why don't you continue?
Sure. So I just wanted to go over the plan because it has changed a little bit since the last time you saw it. Okay. So this is a landscape plan. We're just proposing lawn, and we're proposing to have road mix and salt tolerant grasses mix on slopes that are 2 to 1 or greater. Actually, nothing is really greater than 2 to 1. That do not consist of ledge. And that is something that you had requested. And I just want to point out that the driveway is actually not, it's not gravel because it's not mixed with dirt. It's just crushed stone. Also, you had requested to show all the trees that were 12 inches in caliper and over, and they are shown here, and in red are the trees that will be removed as part of this project. Let's see, as Adam pointed out, we are showing we're using elevation 4. It was 3.98. So we just offset contour with elevation 4, 100 feet and 200 feet. And still a lot of the work that we're proposing it's outside the riverfront and the buffer zones. We also moved this house and this garage and the driveway so that if there was a 100-foot buffer zone to this holding area right here, the work is proposed outside of it. So those were those were the additional information that you had requested before. So that's the landscape plan. This is a erosion control that Charlotte had requested prior, and everything was updated here as far as the construction period, operation and maintenance plan for all of the work that is being proposed. Just something that has come up in the past is how to make sure that over time the gravel doesn't get compacted. So this is not gravel. What it is, and actually, you know what? I was in the right page here. This is not gravel. It's going to be 2 inches of crushed stone over a geofabric. And then there's going to be the gravel base, underneath it. So what we're going to do is with time, if the crushed stone gets lost, then we're going to have to rake it if it's compacted, and if it loses crushed stone, then we're just going to fill it. So that is in the long-term operation and maintenance plan for the crushed stone driveway that was submitted with this as well. And Charlotte, I don't know if if you would like to go over your questions or read them to the commission. I have answers for them. We just received them this afternoon.
Sure. Yeah. No, sorry. I was supposed to look at it, but we had a week.
No worries at
I
all.
have one quick question before to our town council. Alex, were you able to look at the letter from the Watskis, and do you agree with their assessment and Mr. Brodsky's assessment before we get started?
I do.
Okay. And I'll just note that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna note that that we appreciate the resource areas being delineated more accurately with this plan. It actually is listed as a requirement in our stormwater rules and regulations to list those. So you guys did do that. So thank you.
So Alex, if I know that Charlotte asked you this question, and that is because there is a one definition in the bylaw and one definition in the rules and regulations. The one that Mr. Brodsky is referring to is in the rules and regulations, but in the bylaws, it's more restrictive. It would seem in this kind of situation that the more restrictive would be the one that rules, but you're saying that's not the case?
Which definition are you referring to, Mr. Chairman?
For the land subject to flooding having a 100-foot buffer to it.
Well, I would have to look at, so that you're saying the bylaw says it does have a 100-foot buffer?
That's correct.
Well,
Mr. McFarland, with your permission, I can answer your question if you'd like.
Pull up a copy of the bylaw here.
Well, you can give your opinion, certainly.
Sure. So I think there's some confusion regarding the phrase land subject to flooding and what we're dealing with here, which is the coastal floodplain, which is land subject to coastal storm flowage. In your bylaw, it does say within your jurisdiction is within 100 feet of any land subject to flooding. Land subject to flooding is a defined term. It's actually not defined in either your wetlands bylaw or your regulations. And in that case, the definition is deferred to the Wetlands Protection Act and the wetlands regulations. And if you look at the wetland regulations, I'm doing this off the top of my head, I think it's 310 CMR 1057. Land subject to flooding is one of two things. It's either bordering land subject to flooding, an inland floodplain, not a coastal floodplain, or it's isolated land subject to flooding. Again, at least under the State Act, certainly neither of those resource areas appear on the site. There is potentially an area of ILSF under the local bylaw only, but as you heard Ms. Hudson say, we're more than 100 feet from that. I should just note as a matter of practice. So the reference to land subject to flooding in your bylaw refers to bordering land subject to flooding and isolated land subject to flooding, and not the coastal floodplain, which is relevant to this particular filing. Just as a practice, and again, it's not necessarily relevant here, I've not seen the Conservation Commission actually extend a buffer zone from any bordering land subject to flooding, but it's kind of a rare instance in Cohasset. We're also dealing with the coastal floodplain, land subject to coastal storm flooding. So I don't think there's any inconsistency between the bylaw and the regulations. It's fairly easy to read. If you want to apply that bylaw, that buffer zone under the bylaw to land subject to flooding, it would only relate to bordering land subject to flooding and isolated land subject to flooding.
I would agree with that analysis, Mr. Chairman, to the extent there's not a specific definition of land subject to flooding under the bylaw, we would have to defer to the State Act, and that does appear to be the case.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Charlotte, sorry.
No, that's good. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. So I just had a couple comments that I had sent to Carmen today. One noting that the salt marsh on the northernmost end of the property, closest to, abutting Black Horse Lane, it was delineated using Mass GIS. So I just wanted to note that it wasn't delineated by South River Environmental like the other resource areas on the plan. And then I did have some questions for easements, but I'll do that last. So one of my other comments was on page 4 for the tree removal. I would just recommend either a note on the site plan and or a condition that the trees proposed to be removed must be marked prior to removal to ensure that the remaining ones are not accidentally cut down. We kind of have done this for previous permits with a lot of tree removals. And then another note on the plan and or condition would be that all trees proposed to remain within the approved limit of work should have some sort of protective barrier, whether it's a construction fence, tarp, whatever the commission deems appropriate, and around the immediate root crown to prevent any excavator damage. We've seen this with other stormwater permits where, it may be an accident, it may be something else, but sometimes the trees just all get damaged and a lot of the trees end up dying from, the original proposed plan. And so the next comment was on page 5 for landscaping. It's just more of a suggestion to the commission that, since this project does involve a lot of tree removals for trees of 12-inch caliper or greater, if they want to consider any sort of replacement rather than just the Lohman seed and the conservation seed mix. So I'll just defer to the commission on that one. And then on page 6 for erosion control, I would note to the plan that all silt sock barriers for stockpiling locations are to be put back at the end of each day. Sometimes, I've seen that where the stockpile is initially set up with a silt sock, but then, of course, people are using it and it's not always put back. So it's always good to just kind of note that on the plan for the contractor's reference. I would also recommend a silt fence in addition to the silt sock to prevent any dust overflow into the street, especially for the one that's closer to Black Horse Lane. We've seen that for other stockpiles before, or you could do a tarp over the top, whichever is more preferable. And then I also recommended some sort of, whether it's a construction fence or something else, some sort of barrier to clearly delineate the western side of the property around the 7A lot, kind of looping around, just to kind of clearly delineate the limit of work. We've expressed some concerns with other permits about just making sure that the limit of work is clearly delineated. And a lot of people use stakes, which is really great in the beginning, but then of course, those sometimes get knocked down. So if there was some sort of construction fence barrier or something to kind of just clearly delineate that limit of work so that we don't surpass that. Also probably with not going onto somebody else's property by accident, I think that would be a good recommendation. And then my last couple comments, some of these do refer to, kind of deferring to town council about easements. There are a lot of, there's some existing easements on the property. There's a 20-foot wide right-of-way. So I don't know if anything would need to be done from a legal end to either modify that with this proposed design or to note it. I don't know if there's any changes that need to be made, but my main comment was more towards any applicable stormwater easements, if we need to implement anything like that. And if so, that should be submitted to the Conservation Commission and recorded just to make sure that there's no discrepancies there. But I'll defer to council and Carmen on that. But I guess, did the commission or anybody here have any questions or comments about those? Sorry.
Not about those, but I have some other questions. Carmen, can you tell me what the area of driveway being removed is? Asphalt driveway being removed?
Yes, so there will be a total removal of pavement of 5,570 square feet.
Say that again, please. 5,570?
5,570 square feet. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what model coefficient are you using for that asphalt?
I am using a 91.
91?
Yeah, I'm sorry, not for the asphalt, not for the, so there is all of this pavement.
Yes.
Is being changed to crushed stone.
Yes.
And then the pavement, the driveway that serves the existing garage and the garage are going to be removed altogether.
Yes.
So the pavement will continue being 98, the remaining pavement. However, the crushed stone driveway is 91. So the coefficient of pavement is 98 regardless. So I think you were asking me maybe the CN for the crushed stone driveway, right?
No, I want to know what your credit is for what's being removed. So you're using a 98 for what's being removed and a 91 for what's going back. Okay. Yes. And the homes and garages, that's considered a 98 as well?
Yes. Anything impervious is 98.
Okay. And what about the area of woodland that's being disturbed in order to put in the crushed stone? What is that?
So let me see. Yeah, you know what? I have a page right here. So the crushed stone driveway is 91.
Yes.
The woods, the CN for the woods is 80. I'm sorry, it's 77.
Okay.
The CN for the woods, it's 77. Mm-hmm. And then the lawn, the CN for lawn is 80. And that's it. Those are all the different materials with different CNs that I have.
But the area underneath the new driveway, is that all considered woodland or is that considered lawn?
So underneath the new driveway here?
Yeah. I mean, isn't the whole modeling kind of a, I took this out and I put this in type of thing?
Yeah, so with the modeling for existing, I modeled all of the paved driveway as a 98, building walkways, patios as 98,
Yes.
ledge as 98. Woods, this is a long area with some trees. There's woods over here. So this is when you walk there, there's a stone wall here. And that's pretty much the area that has been developed for the single family home. Everything else to this side is woods. You know, there's some, there's like a pathway over here that's an open space, but really it's all woods and ledge.
Okay.
So all of this was modeled as good woods.
Yep.
So that's your 77. So then when you go to propose, so first you modeled all of that existing and see how much runoff there is during the 2, 10, and 100-year storms. For the proposed, I modeled this portion of the pavement, you know, as 98.
Yes.
Once again, the walkways, the houses, the garages are also 98. We reduce the amount of walkway and patio here. And then also we remove the garage and, you know, driveway serving the garage.
Yep.
The remaining ledge is also 98. The, you know, this lawn over up until this area will remain being lawn. There are areas of woods,
yes,
you know, that you can see in the existing conditions as well. And all the remaining woods are, you know, still good woods, but the lawn, now that's going to be 80 instead of 77, that is woods. So yeah, so then you model the proposed with those numbers, and you model the existing with the numbers that I mentioned before. And because of the changes of materials, we match peak rate of runoff and volume during all design storm events without having to put an infiltration system here.
Okay, so can you turn to those numbers, please? Just, you're saying they're a perfect match?
Yes, actually, if you take a look at this, we ended up matching the CN numbers. You see, here is the existing, and that's the pavement, the roof, other impervious, which are the walkways and the patios, ledge, grass, and woods. As you can see, the pavement is going down. Pavement proposed is 5,900, existing is 11,500. The roofs are going up from 3,200 to 10,400. Other impervious are going down from 1,577 to 387. Ledge is going down. And then lawn, woods is going down and grass is going up.
Right. Okay.
So at the end of the day, what we end up with is less impervious than there is today. However, because we're also taking out woods, which is something good. So we're taking a material that gives out a lot of runoff, pavement, but we're putting crushed stone, which is pervious. It has more runoff than good woods, but it has less runoff than pavement. So managing the materials, we were able to match the CN number. And by doing that, we matched all of the peak rate of runoff and volume during all design storm events.
Okay. So at last week's hearing, my concern that I raised was that there's no site plans for these homes. There's no sidewalks, there's no patios, there's no, you know, fire pits, there's no anything. So at this point you're matching. So, I mean, obviously I can't rule based on what is expected, but I can raise a concern, and I raise the concern to the commission and say, you know, if all of what you've done is a draw, then in the future, when either these homes change, because right now they're mirror images of each other, or these homes get patios and play courts and everything else, the the models will no longer work. So I'm just making that as a note, because I know Mr. Brodsky is going to correct me and tell me that I can only rule on what's before me, and that's fine. I can do that. But I'm just bringing it up to say in the future, it's a concern, and that this will be a condition, obviously, and because there is no doubt that this is going to create a review at a later date. You know, I'm likely to condition this where it's not just going to be administrative reviews. This is going to have to take the amendments later on if that's going to be the case. So I just want to bring that up. Okay.
And yeah, I agree that, you know, this 3 houses on this area on all these different lots, it's very hard to really know what's going to go on here. And as Mr. McFarland pointed out, each of the footprints here is identical. And if that's the intention, to build 3 identical residences and 3 identical garages, then yeah, maybe this could work. But again, that seems pretty unlikely to us. Someday this is going to come back to us here.
No doubt.
So I just wonder why you guys are kind of putting the cart before the horse here. But doesn't make sense.
Regarding the tree removal and, you know, potential replacement, I don't suppose there's any sort of plan for that at this point, Carmen?
No, so we're proposing is to remove the trees that are in red, which are the trees that are within the limit of work, pretty much, and replace them with lawn and native seed mixes. For steep slopes and to, you know, make sure that they survive in the salt heavy environment. But yes, we're not proposing any trees. We're just not touching any of the trees that are existing beyond the limit of work.
So Ms. Hudson, if you were to look at each of these lots individually, would the tree removal exceed the 70% limit for that lot?
I would say that's probably unlikely.
Well, if individual lots, it would. But if it's looking at collectively.
Yeah, right. That's my point.
Yep. Well.
So each.
It looks like if that were the case, it looks like it would be evading one of our town bylaws by lumping these together. I don't think there's anything we can do about it, but it doesn't look good.
No, but I have that as a condition that they have to make sure they go through that. That they would have to.
But if the trees have already been cut, Chris.
No, I'm saying I'd like to make a condition that says they can't remove any trees until they've actually submitted permits and have approval for that from the building department.
Thank you, my boss.
What? Thanks, Neil.
I'm sorry, Chris. The building permit comes last.
Well, but the land alteration bylaw.
Oh yes.
Is part of the building permit. And therefore, if you know, if there's a concern, which I think there is, it's going to be up to John Halen to enforce that prior to any land clearing.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions from the public? Any other commissioner? So prior to making a motion on this, I do want to just quickly run through conditions to make sure that the applicant's aware of these concerns. The first being that this permit, if we were to issue a permit, it does not relieve the obligation to obtain all other necessary state, local, or federal approvals required on this project. Kind of goes without saying. This permit doesn't allow for work associated with these plans until other permits are granted. Land alteration requirements for tree and ledge removal need to be reviewed and approved prior to any tree or ledge removal. Shared driveway requirements shall be approved prior to work being started. So that brings zoning into making sure that that's taken care of. As I mentioned, giving the buildings or mirror images of each other, and no site plans are provided. If additional site development is proposed, this application will require to file amended stormwater or even a new stormwater permit. Because of the volume of trees that are being removed, I'm going to propose as a condition that for every tree over 12 inches being removed, that a new shade tree species to be chosen from the Conservation Commission approved list will be planted in place of what's being cut down. And then, of course, there's I think that addresses what Charlotte was saying, which has to do with the landscape, and then also her condition for stockpile and any kind of recorded easements. So those are conditions I have. I don't know if anyone else has any other conditions they might want to discuss.
So I'm sorry, let me just
And Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I didn't mean to interrupt. I do want to speak to the condition with respect to trees at the appropriate time.
Unless Carmen has something to say, then this is the appropriate time.
Thank you. I don't believe that the Conservation Commission has the authority under the Stormwater Management Bylaw to require the replacement of trees, unless, again, the client is willing to do that. So I just want to get some clarification from that.
You're absolutely right. We don't. However, we do have, as our bylaws, there is the requirement for a landscape plan that, if I can just find that works towards achieving certain standards, and thereby, one of the thinking on this is that the vegetation works in conjunction with the environment to promote water quality, reduce erosion and sedimentation. And I mean, I'm not going to, if you'd like me to continue the hearing and actually document this all, I can do it, but.
No, sir, I think I can answer the question. I think there are two specific references within your regulations with respect to landscaping. The first is in H, which is the requirements for the stormwater management plan, that we provide a description of existing and proposed vegetation and ground surfaces with runoff coefficient for each. And that was the first point you made, which is why we provided the detailed information. But I believe the only other reference to landscaping plan is then in section or subparagraph S, landscaping plan describing the woody and herbaceous vegetated stabilization and management techniques to be used within and adjacent to the stormwater practice. And I understood that to mean that if, for example, you're building a basin and or stormwater BMP, and there's some woody or herbaceous vegetation that's associated with that BMP, that you have obviously, we have to demonstrate to you that that's going to result in stabilization, and we have a plan of management. But beyond that, I can't leave, and again, I'm happy to be educated. I don't believe that there's any authority to require the replacement of trees, again, for general environmental improvement. It's not a notice of intent, it's a stormwater permit application.
I'd have to spend time with town council to determine whether or not we have the authority to say so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would need to do a deep dive into the regulations here to give a definitive answer on that point.
So again, Mr. Chairman, we don't want to belabor this. You have so much work on your plate, and we'd like to make at least a half step forward, because as you well know, we have a long way to go before there's any project here. Would you consider modifying the condition that something to the effect that would require the replacement unless it's determined by town council that the commission doesn't have the authority to make that requirement, in which case that special condition will no longer be in effect?
I would be willing to change the condition to go from a one-to-one tree replacement to providing actual site plans for the property as one would expect the final design to be. In which case, vegetation of landscaping that would be normally part of an application would actually be presented to us. In which case, we could then see what's being proposed. But obviously, this is kind of a backdoor application, and we're aware of it, and you're aware of it, and we could look at something like that, or we could if the applicant wants to accept that he's going to be planting trees, then we could look at taking a vote.
So yeah, and in the landscape soil condition guidelines for improved stormwater management, it does get more into the the mimicking of the natural environment, which would including the replacement of overstory, larger shade trees, that sort of thing. It's a guideline, but I think that that's where I would go to in terms of a condition, what I would be looking for.
So Mr. Chairman, it's Adam Brodsky. I don't view this as a backdoor application trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. From what I understand, and again, I'm the newest member to the team in this project. This project is highly scrutinized by all of the regulatory boards in the town. I'd be very surprised if we pull the wool over anyone's eyes. I think you're correct. More likely than not, when the individual homes are designed and there are final site plans are submitted in connection with the building permit, I have every confidence that Mr. Hallen is going to require that if there are any changes, that we come to the board. I mean that's a given.
Well, Mr. Brodsky, I know it's given, but we went through it earlier this evening. It's always a trading off. We cut the building a little bit here, but we put a patio here. It's not the intent of this bylaw, is not the intent to come with a plan which is half done and then to eventually show a full plan. That's never the intent. And so the conditions that I'm placing on this are really to prevent that type of attitude towards this kind of permit. And so look, there's a lot of avenues we can take here. We can get full plans. We can go for a third-party review. We can, there's a lot of options here. I was outlining one which I felt comfortable with. Obviously, that's not your case. So,
oh no,
I'll hear from other commissioners, and
I think you misunderstood, Mr. Chairman. I was acknowledging your concern, suggesting that your condition was reasonable. What I took issue with is the suggestion that this was, some attempt to circumvent the regulations. I think that that's an appropriate way of addressing the issue.
I'd just say that I don't think I have enough information here to make a good decision. Again, I'm looking at 3 cookie cutter residences and 3 cookie cutter garages. There's no detail here. This is really very different from anything I've seen. I haven't been here all that long, but it's really a bare bones approach. And everybody here knows that those houses aren't going to look like this when they're finally built. They're probably not going to have the same footprint. I really seriously doubt, unless you can tell us that yes, these are exactly what you're going to build, and show us plans to that effect.
And Mr. Bell, we agree that we'd have to come back to the commission. We're not disputing that at all.
So we don't have enough information to give you a permit to do anything here. Yet?
I respectfully disagree. We've shown you the proposed project, and the project complies with the stormwater standards, and you can issue a stormwater permit for this project. As with any project, if the project changes, we're going to have to come back to the board. And so again, it's a fairly narrow review. Does the project comply with the stormwater standards as modified by your stormwater bylaw? It's a fairly simple stormwater design, and I don't think there's any questions with respect to the calculations or compliance. I recognize your concern. I'm not trying to suggest otherwise. It very well may be likely that this project is going to change, but we're not going to get a building permit unless we come back to the commission to amend the stormwater permits. And to have that as a condition is just a reflection of the law, and we agree that that's perfectly appropriate.
I still don't.
So what if we just had a single condition, and the condition was that absolutely no work will be done until final construction plans are submitted and approved by this board? I mean it's, and then we can wait. We can wait for it to go through planning. We can wait for it to go through zoning. We can wait for the whole thing, and then when you submit actual final plans, then we can vote on it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Could it be instead of that, if this is conditions subject to any changes to the approved plan will require a new filing, a new stormwater permit?
No.
So if anything is changed whatsoever.
Well, I
we have to come back to you.
Then you can come back and argue, well, we're altering less than some statutory limit, and
no, because it would be a condition of approval.
Well, what I'm trying to avoid is before anything is even thought about on this project or approved by any other board, that the land is not altered, that the trees are not all cut down, that the road's not put in. All these things, there are limits of what has to be permitted and what doesn't have to be permitted, and I'm afraid that this is setting precedent, and I don't want to, that the board doesn't want to do it. I mean, I think that's what it comes down to.
Mr. Chair, this is Nino DeNuno. Could I speak to that?
Yep.
So I'd be fine with that condition. We don't intend to clear any land or do any work until we figure out which boards we're going to be in front of or what path we go down to get approval on the lots and the building permits.
Then why are we here in the first place? What's the
well? We were already here. We were sent here by the building commissioner on seeking approval on individual building lot permits. So we stuck with it.
Well, that's between me and him, I guess, then, because he's not supposed to be sending you here unless there's actually a plan that it's not going to change.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we went to him, Adam could probably speak to this better than I could, but to basically get a decision on the single lot exemption status. And before he could weigh in on that, he sent me down this path. So here we are.
So and again, this is Adam Brodsky. This is not an unusual permitting path. If you've got a project that has complicated permitting to bite off bits and pieces along the way, with the understanding, obviously, since you may not have all of the details, that if there are plan changes, you're going to have to come back and address those. So I believe that with Mr. DeNuno's agreement as a special condition that there'll be no work until he's obtained all permits, that should satisfy your concern that there won't be any land alteration. Additionally, with a special condition that requires that we come back if there are any changes to the plan, you're equally protected. So I permit projects that, I don't want to use the word speculative, but they're not fully designed because you don't have a customer for each of the homes. And then ultimately, when you get a customer for the home and they want to change the design, we've got to go back to the boards in order to get those changes approved. That's nothing unusual about that. So this is the first step in that process. So I think the board is adequately protected, more than adequately protected by those special conditions.
Well, I'd just like to bring up one other point because it's Carmen's quite familiar with this, that, when properties are permitted collectively and then sold off, and in a particular case where one was sold off prior to receiving a certificate of compliance, all of a sudden, like the rules change. It creates a lot of problems. So,
right, we can't even market these until we have other approvals from other boards. So that is, I mean, it's not on the table for us at this moment. I'm living in the existing house, and I'm not looking to get excavators in there or a tree company to start cutting down trees anytime soon.
Right. Okay.
And I should know that these are all on separate lots, and I'll draw an analogy to these are all like existing lots. They are being permitted together under one permit, but that permit would run with each of these lots.
Correct. Okay. Well, Chris, Kathy, Tom, do you have any other thoughts, comments?
Well, Chris, I agree with you. I feel like the cart's coming before the horse. It would make sense to me to have all the other permits in place so that we know exactly what we're dealing with when they come to us. So.
Alex, do you have any advice on this?
Mr. Chair, I think the conditions that have been referenced, stating that no alteration whatsoever will occur until all permits are obtained, as well as the requirement that any change to the plan whatsoever will trigger a new filing. In my mind, those conditions would protect the commission's interest here. Obviously, it's your discretion in terms of where you want to go with this, but those conditions would prevent anything from going forward until they either do exactly what's on this plan or they come back to you with more detailed and specific plans that you will then have more opportunity to review and condition appropriately.
So does that mean that once we've issued this and set a condition like that, they would not be able to come back with an amended filing? They'd have to start all over again. Is that right?
I think you could phrase it that way. That well, I guess I would welcome the applicant's thoughts on that. But would there be a different standard of review? I guess is the question too. For an amended filing, they would still need to file a new plan. And
I'm just looking to down the road here where they're under construction and they're going to add something, or maybe after it's even constructed, right after that, they come back with something that doesn't meet the threshold and for disturbance or whatever. And then we've, in effect, issued a permit for a system that is insufficient, doesn't meet the standard. So if this were the case where they would have to file a new notice of intent or stormwater permit for any of these lots, that I'd be fine with that. But it still doesn't make any sense. Why get a general permit here for these three residences on three separate lots, all under one umbrella? If this were a subdivision, it'd make all kinds of sense. And in fact, we'd have a lot more to say about this in terms of stormwater than we do now. I mean, it looks like a subdivision to me.
So if I might, Mr. Bell, I just want to be clear that there's no difference in your performance standards when the project, if the project comes back to you. Interesting, I don't think that the bylaw or your stormwater regulations specifically talks about amendments. And so I would assume that the commission would handle amendments similar to the sort of unofficial way that you would handle amendments under a notice of intent. As you're aware, there's a policy that governs that. If it's a minor amendment, you're allowed to amend the permit. But if there's a substantial change, that you retain the right to require a new stormwater permit application. And so I think that's, again, perfectly appropriate. Regardless, you're always going to be dealing with the same stormwater standards as modified by your regulations, so it doesn't change. Now, if you're concerned that there's a proposed change that doesn't trigger your review. And for example, a deck that's less than 500 square feet or something like that, I would assume that would be governed by your regulations, that's not a significant alteration under any circumstance that would require an applicant to file. I imagine you can condition the permit on any alteration requiring review, although I don't think there's any authority in your regulations to do that. I would assume that any request for amendment would be reviewed, and if appropriate, that if the board desired a full stormwater permit application, that you certainly could require it, but you'd still be subject to the same triggers regardless, because that's what the regulations require.
Mr. Brodsky, I'll just clarify that we do have language in section 4 of our regulations about project changes. So that, the permitting agent, I won't read the whole thing, but just paraphrasing, the agent, permittee or its agent must notify Conservation Commission and or stormwater agent in writing of any change, alteration of a regulated activity before the change, alteration occurs. This is also a standard template condition in a stormwater permit. So, if we determine that the change or alteration is significant based on the bylaw, stormwater management design standards, et cetera, in the regulations, we may require an amended application be filed, and then it includes some other language on significant changes in the construction schedule, installation of interim erosion control. So we do have that written in our regulations. I'll double check on the bylaw, but that is very clear that changes do need to come back to us in writing for review prior to the alteration occurring.
No, thank you. I was desperately trying to double check that and talking at the same time.
Right, I got you.
Well, I'm glad I at least got the principle correct, which is that we recognize that we're governed by your regulations.
Mr. Chair, if I may, can I place one recommendation, since we've had a lot of discussion about conditions and language and just making sure that everything is written correctly from, an enforcement perspective, a regulations perspective. If the applicant is also willing, I may suggest a continuance, just so that the commissioners can think about what it is that they expect from this permit, and just coming back to discuss that at the next meeting for, listing out conditions if the commission is ready to issue a permit.
I think that would be wise. I think it also gives town council time to take a look and deep dive into some of the issues that were brought up tonight.
Yeah, I'd agree. Rather than trying to devise these conditions on the fly here, we need to do this carefully.
We're fine with that.
Okay.
Was
that Nino who was speaking?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, would it be possible while you're crafting these to perhaps share those with us prior to the next public hearing, so we'd be prepared to comment on that to be as efficient as possible?
I don't know if we can send conditions in writing outside of a public hearing, but if we want to send our comments and concerns before the hearing, I think that's acceptable. Would you agree, Alex?
I mean, we can share potential conditions.
Okay, so that's not deliberation.
No, if my brother counsel and I want to exchange emails about or speak about potential conditions, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, and again, with complicated projects, there's often communications between staff and council, not obviously not communications with the board members, but
correct.
Staff and regarding conditions.
Yep.
In the hope that we could present agreed upon conditions which may or may not make the process work more efficiently. Obviously, it's up to the commission to decide whether those conditions are appropriate or not.
Okay. So with the agreement of the applicant, we're going to continue this hearing until February 2nd.
Works for me.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Thanks for your
Thanks,
time.
guys.
Have a good night.
Take care, everyone.
Mr. Chair, we do have a question in the audience. I think it's more of a general question from Ted Carr. It says, if you have time, what resources are available to you as a commission or the town for applicants who ignore you? Fair question. I guess, Alex, do you have anything to clarify for that?
Is he looking for enforcement type guidance or?
Yes.
I'm not sure what.
Yes.
Mass DEP does have an enforcement manual that's available online. So I would refer him there.
Mm-hmm. I definitely do look at that as well.
Now we have more questions.
And says he'll review it. Sorry to be so blunt. That is a fair question. But yeah, I would encourage the commissioners to look at that too. It is a very lengthy document, but I have found it to be very helpful with enforcement types of options. And then you kind of just have to match it with what our bylaws and regulations say as well and kind of go from there. Every case is different. They definitely have some really good guidance about, let's just say, for example, repeat offenders versus first-time offenders. So I found it to be helpful. There's also MAC courses on these types of topics.
And, MACC, the Mass Association of Conservation.
Sorry, MACC, yeah.
So, they have a handbook as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their handbook's also kind of similar and really helpful. The commission likes, I can send it to them.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And said thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Ted. We appreciate that.
Okay, our next matter of business tonight is construction updates. Take it away, Charlotte. Don't take it too far away. Just
so yeah, I just one question. Can we skip to the bylaw revisions for, if it's okay with Alex to still be on the call with us, and then after that, do we want him to jump off and I can go through the rest of my updates?
That would be fine.
Okay. So thank you, Alex, for providing your edits. I'll share my screen and I'll try to run through this as quickly as I can. Hopefully you guys have looked at it. So we have been considering some edits to the stormwater bylaw to submit for town meeting. So we're definitely considering adding definitions to pervious and impervious. However, my recommendation, at least for now, this is straight from the MS4 permit. Until DEP updates their stormwater standards, and I believe, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they are leaning towards being more consistent with MS4.
Yeah, I think that's right. As far as I know, I've heard that. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any update, but I guess until we kind of get a little bit more guidance, I could not find a single standard definition for pervious, and unless there's somewhere I'm not looking, but impervious is definitely defined in various state and federal regulations. So it might be good to kind of hold off on this for now. I think it looks like Alex, you agreed. Is the commission okay with that, to just kind of take this out for now and just come back to it maybe for the next town meeting, or?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
There are definitions for it, Charlotte.
There are for pervious?
And for pervious? Yeah, like the dictionary.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I was looking in stormwater.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
Oh yeah, pervious. Absolutely. There's definitely a Webster definition.
Yes.
But I guess in terms of stormwater management, I was trying to find some sort of standard industry definition.
No, it's a general term. I mean, you can, that's used in more context than just stormwater.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, no, I was trying to find it specifically for stormwater. Sorry, I should have clarified that. But yeah, okay, so we'll hold off on that for now. So the main edit that we're proposing, and Alex did edit the language as well, so thank you for doing that. Well, one, we wanted to add, you know, as it was noted tonight, we need to be a little bit more clear with our amended stormwater permit process. So it's written in our regulations. It should definitely be in our bylaw. So kind of the same for submittal requirements. I just added or amended stormwater permit or administrative approval. This is the language for administrative permit. So Alex, your recommendation was we can either keep it or change it to an administrative stormwater permit. Either way, as long as the language is consistent, that's okay.
Right. Yep.
I can go either way on that. But yeah, sorry, going to the main edit. We added a proposed expiration date of, you know, I'm going to recommend 3 years to be consistent with our wetlands permit, unless commissioners wish to comment. And then Alex had added some other language. Sorry, just kind of going through this to kind of just be consistent with other language in the bylaw and regulations. But sorry, this is the main edit. So I copied this setup from the bylaw, from the initial submittal language for stormwater and administrative stormwater permits. So I left this highlighted to, you know, if we wanted to decide how many years, I think it's best to be consistent with the wetlands permit by 3 years, so that when a person submits a notice of intent and a stormwater permit type project, they all have the same expiration date. So using the words shall, being aggressive with that, and then just going through the, this is what I added as well to really emphasize any changes being made to the approved plans or work activities subject to the bylaw regulations and stormwater management standards. And I'm outlining this procedure a little bit more to, you know, to, if they're determined to be minor, they can be approved administratively by me, or if they're not, I can, you know, if they're significant, I can, or the commission can request that an amended stormwater permit or administrative approval be filed. I don't know if we want to add new to be even clearer that it may need a completely new application. We do have language in our wetlands regulations about amended, minor, or new submissions. So I'll defer to the commission on that.
I think anytime we can create parallel structures between our our stormwater and our wetlands regulations and bylaws, it's a good idea.
Okay.
As long as they're appropriate. I mean, but aligning the dates you think are good, and also the language here for amended versus opening a new permit application.
Okay.
It's in the wetlands. It should sort of look the same in the stormwater.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's if anyone wants to pull it up on their screens, it's section 8 of the wetlands rules and regulations. We have changes for minor, moderate, and significant. And so I was copying this language mostly from the stormwater bylaw, just to keep the language consistent. But again, I can still put content of new. So if we wanted to say moderate, it can be an amended stormwater permit. If we want to say significant, we can say new stormwater permit. The only thing is, my question is, how do we define minor, moderate, or significant? I don't know if that needs to be defined in the bylaw, Alex, or if we can go further into that in our regulations and just work that detail out later.
Yeah, you can work that out in the regs.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't think I have time tonight.
No, not necessary.
Okay, so should we write is moderate or significant? So this is like the minor section. If it's determined to be minor, it can be administratively approved. If it's determined that the change is moderate or significant, we can require an amended or a new, and then we'll just work that out later and define that in our regulations.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
Okay. And then I added the same language from our regulations that if there's a change in the construction schedule, the commission or me can require installation of interim erosion and control sedimentation measures. So I'm just taking that straight from our regulations. And then here's the new section for extensions. So since we're adding an expiration date, we do have an extension procedure for wetlands. So we should probably be consistent and put one in for the stormwater. So my question is, for the commission, it's highlighted. How many times do we want them to be able to renew it, and up to how many years should they renew it? Do you guys have a preference? Wetlands is a little inconsistent, I'll admit. In the bylaw, the wetlands bylaw says for one additional period of up to 3 years, but then our regulations are unfortunately inconsistent, saying up to 3 additional periods of 1 year each. So I think the intent is the same, that it can't be extended for longer than 3 years, but the submissions are a little inconsistent between the regulations and bylaws. So at least for stormwater, do we want to be kind of consistent with 1 additional period of up to 3 years, or do we want to change that?
I mean, a lot can change in 3 years. I'd be inclined to just extend it for an additional year.
Okay. Is everyone else?
I mean, these projects, you know, if somebody's sitting on a stormwater permit for 5 years, a lot can change.
Yeah.
Including the owners of the property, the engineers, the architects, the construction company. I mean, there's a lot that can sort of really make the first permit look antique.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, whatever you guys want.
I mean, that gets, you know, that puts what, 4 years on a permit. That's still a long time.
Yeah. The only thing that's kind of awkward is if we want to do this, we should probably be consistent with our wetlands bylaws. So like, it would be kind of awkward if there's a notice of intent and a stormwater permit on a project, and the stormwater permit expires in up to 4 years when the wetlands permit expires of potentially from 4 to 6 years. So I guess we would just maybe have to kind of maybe keep track of that separately. You know, if anybody does request an extension for a dual permit project, maybe we only give them 1 year each, you know, but if it's just a notice of intent, maybe you could do 1 to 3 years. So
what does the bylaw say for the wetlands extension?
Sure, yeah, here, I'll share it real quick. It says, wetlands. There we go. So this is the language in our wetlands bylaw. A permit shall expire 3 years. Any permit would be renewed once for an additional period up to 3 years, provided that, et cetera, et cetera. So we do allow only 1 additional period up to 3 years, but then unfortunately our regulations.
Is that the bylaw or the regulation?
This is the bylaw, and then the regulations is unfortunately inconsistent. I think it literally says, I can go to it if you want.
We can fix that ourselves, but
yeah,
you know, so the bylaw essentially gives us the potential for a 6 year.
Yeah. For no more than 3 periods of 1 year each. So that's definitely it's different.
Yeah, it's too bad it wasn't written the other way around.
Right. So if we like our bylaw language, maybe we could be similar with wetlands. I'm sorry, with stormwater.
I don't know. That's a long time, a 6 year permit.
I know. Yeah.
Even more can go wrong. 4 years. 4 years is pretty. It seems to me adequate for somebody that's going to do a project, and you can expect that some people will be delayed, particularly in a situation like this, where suddenly people have plans to build something, and now mortgage rates have gone up, and building materials are coming down. So there's a lot of uncertainty in this, but still within all of that, 3 years seems certainly adequate. And it's not like they can't apply for a new one. It doesn't preclude anybody from letting that expire and then coming back and starting all over again.
Okay, so we're going to say that any stormwater permit or administrative approval may be renewed once for an additional period of up to 1 year, et cetera. And then I just did 30 days. Our regulations for wetlands are no greater than 90, but no less than 30. So it's a very odd request for an extension. I don't know if we want to be that specific or if we just want to say at least 30 days prior to expiration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say just 30 days prior to expiration. Keep
Okay.
it simple.
Great.
Okay. And then I had this, so we can, we can either take it out or leave it. But I'm requiring I'm kind of laying the groundwork, and we can define this more in our regulations, that the permit extension request shall include all relevant and or revised stormwater submission documents. And then I just list a handful of them, including but not limited to, et cetera. So, and then saying that they, obviously just clarifying that they require a public hearing by the commission, just as we would for a wetlands permit. And then obviously extension requests for administrative permits don't require a hearing, and I can review them administratively as I would for an administrative stormwater permit. And then I'm outlining the same time frame within 21 days after the close of a public hearing for a full stormwater permit, or within 21 days of receipt for an administrative permit. I pretty much just copied this language straight from the bylaw, the stormwater bylaw for issuing a permit. And I just combined it with full and administrative because I didn't want to put two sections. I felt like that was just way too long of an edit. So I tried to be a little bit more concise here. And then we added this: decision shall be final. Extension requests are equal to that of the stormwater permit appeal procedures. So if anybody wishes to appeal it for whatever reason, they just go by the same process for new permits. Is everyone okay with this language? I know it's a lot to read, but did anybody have any additional edits, comments, suggestions of what we should add here?
No, I read through it. I didn't see anything to change other than just fill in those limits.
Okay, so expire 3 years, and then we're saying may be renewed for once for an additional period of up to 1 year in 30 days in advance or more. And then Alex, I saw you made some other comments to this section. I agree with them. And also enforcement. I think you recommended $300 a day instead of 100. So I guess my main question was to Alex as well, but also to the commission. I don't know, this is a pretty, language-wise, this is a big edit, but in terms of simplicity, it really is just adding an expiration date and extension procedures. So I don't know how this will be received at town meeting. I don't know if we want to add anything else or if we just want to keep it simple, but I do like Alex's edits here. So I think at some point, if we don't submit it with this round, we can include it for the next round. I mean, this seems pretty minor. It's kind of just clarifying the site inspection process, and refusal to grant permission for any inspections may be grounds for denial of a permit. So I guess, Alex, my one question to that is, this doesn't supersede Fourth Amendment, right?
Well, that's the reason I made the change is, you know, a lot of times you'll see language saying, you know, the commission may enter the property, which, you know, isn't true legally. You need permission. So this, but you know, if they don't give permission, then there's a consequence. So
okay, great. Yeah, I do request that applicants sign the permission to access site form, and I've posted that on the website. But I still think this is good to kind of emphasize that, you know, it could increase your chances for a denial if you don't allow, you know, inspections. Most people don't care, but I think it's just good to emphasize that. So do we want to keep this edit with the submission for town meeting for May? Seeing some head nods. Okay. Yep. And then I added show cause hearing. It's in our regulations, but it is not in our bylaw. Definitely should be in there since we do quite a lot of them. So I added that. minor edit. And then do we want to change this to $300 a day? This was Alex's recommendation. We also have $300 a day for wetlands.
That's the statutory maximum under.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yep, well, under the non-21, chapter 40, section 21D. It's the non-criminal disposition statute.
Okay, so this is to be consistent with state laws. Yep.
Yeah, you can go lower, which I think it was at 100 before, but I mean, if you want to exert as much pressure as possible, I'd recommend going to the maximum.
I agree.
Okay, yeah, if this number isn't anything new, we can probably just say that we're just meeting the state requirements for fines.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm just like, I just don't know, Alex, I talked to you about this a little bit today. I just, if we're okay with this and if we think it'll be well received at town meeting, happy to move forward with all these edits. And I'll take out the language for impervious for now until we can get a better definition from the state. Does anyone else have any other comments, suggestions? I'll format this obviously tomorrow, but did everything else look okay to you guys?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alex, I liked all your edits also, all of them.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Tom.
Record.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, thank you to Charlotte.
Okay, thanks, guys. Do we have to vote on this? I know that. So are we good?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve this change to our bylaws, submit it on the warrant.
I'll second that.
Take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 4-0.
Yay.
Nice work, Charlotte.
Thanks, guys.
Well, good luck at town. Good luck at town meeting. I hope it goes as it should.
Thank you. I'll let you know.
Alex, before you run off,
yeah.
Do you have copies of both our bylaws and our rules and regulations?
I usually just reference the online ones, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can give you searchable PDFs. Tom gave them to me, and they're really helpful.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll give those to you.
Right. Could we maybe plan on meeting next Tuesday, which is like a normal review period, but we usually only do it every other week, but maybe next Tuesday, or whatever day works for you, to talk about the whole idea of requiring landscaping?
Yeah, we can.
I mean, there are some references, but they're not very strong. So
Right. There are guidelines, but they're not well defined, and they're just that. They're just guidelines.
But I think in some cases they're meant to be vague so that you can kind of push them a little bit.
Yeah,
but
we can definitely talk about that.
Okay.
We should probably talk about that outside of the meeting. So.
Yep.
All right. Well,
thank you,
if
Alex.
there's anything else, I'll probably sign off for the night. But
thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, guys, and I'll see you all soon, I'm sure. Take care.
Thanks, Alex.
Great, thanks.
Have a good night, Alex.
Care.
Charlotte, do you want to go through construction updates real fast?
Yeah. But my last update was the order conditions boilerplate. Do you guys want more time to look at that? I know Kathy, I think you looked at it already, but that's okay. All right, I'll table that for next time. Okay, construction updates. 44 Little Harbor. Got a call from an abutter. They were concerned about potential regrading on the site. I did go over there a couple times and just yesterday with the builder and contractor. At least from what it looks like right now, I don't see any obvious regrading. I mean, obviously the site is entirely disturbed right now in terms of, the lawn. And they've already laid the foundation for the proposed, garage addition and everything. I did locate the, existing driveway, which hasn't been removed. And I did locate the existing lawn at the edge of the limit of work. It doesn't look like that between those two areas, the area for where they're working has been raised. Although I did say I would like to speak to the engineer. It would be good to kind of have him go out there and kind of look at it, more with technical equipment, just to make sure. But they said they didn't bring in any dirt or anything like that to raise anything. So I was eyeballing it. It didn't look like it, but I'll definitely keep my eye on this one and follow up. They may or may not submit some changes to us in the future. 175 Lamberts Lane, which is the golf club, the maintenance building project. They started construction. They removed the trees. They obviously have the erosion controls, everything in place. I looked at the limit of work, which was all staked. They actually did put additional silt fence in around the in front of the stormwater basin and isolated vegetated wetlands. So I appreciated that change because it was just asking for a silt sock. So yeah, they started the land clearing, and that's just ongoing right now. They may or may not need a state stormwater prevention pollution plan. I was looking at the regulations, but since it's state, it's not my jurisdiction, but I just sent them the resources that they may need one. 10 Parker Avenue. I would like to continue this one because they did submit a revegetation report, and I put it in OneDrive for you guys. If you guys would like to look at it and just let me know if you have any questions or comments. They did install native plantings. They changed the native planting species, but they did plant more than what they were required to. John Zimmer did not have a concern with that. And they do need to give us the next 2-year growing reports. So we will be getting those for the next 2 years. This was the property that clear cut. So they did install the native plantings. They did the restoration seed mix up to the I think it was the floodplain line. So they did do that. They marked it with conservation markers, and they're just going to keep monitoring it. And then 40 Parker Ave, this is the boat ramp project. This had, I apologize, this was a 48-hour issue, but I forgot to mention it in early January. They had to do a slight deviation to the work plan where they hit some ledge. For some reason, it did not show up in the boring samples for whatever reason. And so the cofferdam, which is like this giant sheet wall before the silt boom, that could not be 100% closed because they were, it was on top of ledge and they couldn't chip the ledge. It was way too big. So it's pretty much like the vast majority of the cofferdam is enclosed. It's just, it did let obviously a little bit of water in. And they had considered other options, which were far more severe. And I said, you cannot do that without every type of permission possible because this has a couple state permits. So I talked about it with Chris and Tom, and we're okay for now. But if there's any other deviations that may or may not need our approval, I told them very clearly that that has to come to us before they do it. They are on a very tight timeline. They have to finish the water work, or the work in the quote unquote in the wet. They have to finish that part of the ramp by February 1st. And they intend.
Can their pumps keep up with that?
Yeah, the pumps to pump
the water out of inside the cofferdam, even though they've got a leak around at the bottom of how many sheet piles were impacted by that? 3?
I think it was just, it was like 2 or 3.
Yeah. So will their pumps keep up with that leakage, or are they going to have to use that diver to?
They're using divers.
Wet grout. Yeah.
They're using divers, but they are working in low flow conditions. They have to, it's required. So they're trying to minimize that to the best extent possible. They did talk to DEP. I talked to DEP. DEP did not have any concerns either. So I also did get the okay from them that this little slight deviation with the cofferdam was okay. Because removing the cofferdam and doing anything else was far more of a bigger concern, and none of us wanted that. And the state would have been absolutely no way, because that would have increased sedimentation tremendously, even with the silt boom. So that was kept, and they're working as fast as they can to get it done before February 1st, which is the time of year, limitation for the state permits. So if anything changes, they need to request an extension a week in advance, but they've definitely been submitting weekly reports that indicate they're on schedule. But if anything changes, I'll let you guys know. And then last but not least, 83 Atlantic Ave, they demoed the house. This was a raise and rebuild project. They demoed the house. There was a little bit of a discrepancy that I'll just note for future submissions, that there were a couple small trees in the 100-foot buffer that needed to be removed because that's where the proposed grading for around the patio that they had proposed. And when this was submitted to us, only one tree in the 100-foot buffer was proposed to be removed. So I feel like this is it's addressing a lot of our questions that we had tonight about tree surveying and replacing trees. And I think it just needs to be further defined in terms of what we'd like to see in terms of surveying, removal, replacement for wetlands and for stormwater. We've been issuing them as conditions, which is really good, but maybe we should have some standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking while we were sitting here, and they actually talk about performance standards and they talk about vegetation, but then it says that the performance standards are outlined in rules and regulations, and you go to rules and regulations and it's so vague, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, I do have a Word version of the wetlands rules and regulations, courtesy of the previous agent. I just need to look it over and make sure everything looks good, and I can share that with you guys. And then I have to make one for stormwater regulations, which I'll be honest, I don't know when I can do it, but I do want to do it because I feel like we need to tear everything apart. It's going to be a project, but we can do it in a public meeting. I have to clarify the process of, posting an agenda. I don't know if we just do the 48 hours or if I have to give more advance notice when we revise our regulations. So I'll make sure I know that before we start tearing into them.
I think we have to concern ourselves because people are going to just keep cutting down big swaths of woodland. What's left, Right.
Yeah, and with stormwater, 12-inch caliper trees are obviously really good trees, but I would argue 8 to 10-inch also have value. So I don't know if we want to change that.
Well, I'm not even sure when you look at the rules and regulations, I don't even think the stormwater permit requires trees. They say to show them, but I don't think there's anything like.
There's a 12-inch caliper reference in there. I saw this.
Yeah, that's
in stormwater.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's part of like the site plan requirements. It's like one of the many bullets that has to be on the site plan.
I think 6 inches is.
So Chris, does it make sense to you to have a schedule by species and try to at least make a stab at saying? I guess the intent would be any tree that's older than 10 years would be, we'd regulate that. And that would, all these different species would have a different caliper at 10 years old. And obviously have a different caliper depending on shading conditions and soil and all that stuff. But once they get past 10 years, they're probably going to make it, right?
Well, not necessarily, just if they're growing on a little bit of soil, like squeezed between a ledge, they're not going to make it.
Yeah.
At some point they're going to just get restricted and have problems. But yeah, a lot of them are.
Yeah. It's just, once it's made it 10 years, it's probably going to make it longer. Whereas one that's right out of the box from the nursery, I don't know what the failure rate of young trees is. The only thing I have to base it on is the few trees I've planted in my life, which are mainly apple trees.
Yeah.
And, you really got to nurse them for the first few years.
Sure.
That makes sense.
I don't think anybody's going to be out there wrapping wire, fine wire around so that they don't get, the bark doesn't get chewed off around in a ring. That happens all the time. Rabbits will do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And then the deer, of course, they'll strip the bark too. So once they get to be 10.
I'm sorry, I have to say, I saw 4 deer today come to eat our hedges. I haven't seen them in such a long time since they started the projects next door to me.
Oh,
4 were there. Mom, the dad.
Crossbow?
I'm sorry?
Oh,
crossbow?
You bad.
I didn't hear you. Crossbow?
Yeah, do you have a crossbow?
Oh.
A lot of good meat on a deer.
No, I don't. But I was so excited. Can you tell?
I can tell.
It's been such a long time, since all that construction.
How about the coyotes? We've had a lot of coyotes in the neighborhood.
Yes, I know. One ran across my face the other day, and when I pulled up here.
Yeah.
They're right around. Yeah, they're right around here.
When there was snow on the ground the other day, I went out to get the newspaper, and been deer, coyotes, rabbits, foxes. There's real menagerie out there at night.
Hey, Angela, this is chat time. If you want to go, you're more than welcome. Oh, except what's not on the agenda was weren't there some notes that were supposed to be approved?
Some what?
Meeting minutes.
Oh,
Meeting minutes.
Oh, I don't see the minutes on here.
Angela
To add them for next time.
Okay, we'll do them next time.
Um,
Angela already went to sleep. She just left her computer on.
That's okay. It's 11 o'clock. Do you guys want me to just save the boilerplate for next time? I know.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Can I say 48-hour issues? It's not on the agenda either.
Yeah, yes, 48-hour issues you can say.
I was just quick update, 34 Lampert's Lane. This was a garage project right next to, 26 Lampert's Lane. They just installed all their erosion controls and they have a building permit, so they're going to start soon.
I don't even remember that one.
Yeah, it was
went right on the creek.
Yep. Yeah, that home was built.
Goes across, and footbridge goes across. And
yeah, that home was built right up against Turkey Hill Run.
Yeah,
good stuff. But he's got erosion controls in place, although I will say he has some very cute, obnoxious, lovely dogs that keep knocking the silt fence over. So I just told him, well, that's your problem. You got to put them back. They're adorable, but they kept knocking over the silt fence.
Oh, on another 48-hour notice, I meant to mention it to you yesterday. Have you been on Forest Avenue lately?
Which side?
the one closer to Jerusalem.
Okay.
Than the Giant Horse Farm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
So there's a green ranch. Like, and they got big equipment like running all over their property.
Martini, you're talking about the Martini house.
Oh, that's another one that started. We issued a.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was a stormwater permit, and I have to say this was very close to an IVW, but it was just outside the 25-foot buffer. So there's no DEP sign, and actually the contractor asked me that, and I said it was just outside the 25 feet. But they started construction.
What was the project? I don't remember.
This was a new home. So this was originally lot 5 on Forest Ave, but it has a new address, which is 8 Spindrift Lane. So now they've changed it to Spindrift. This project had driveway access coming from Forest Ave and from Spindrift, but the main access was from Spindrift. So that's probably why they got an address on that street and not Forest Ave.
Oh, okay, because they're renovating.
The sob story, Chris.
What's that?
You'll remember the sob story. Oh, I'm building this for my kids.
Oh yeah.
And as soon as he got his permit, he put a for sale sign in front of his own house, and they vacated.
Also, in terms of zoning, it's kind of uncomfortable because the existing home, which I think is 336 Forest, and where the foundation for the new home is going to go, they are right on top of each other. I mean, granted, they're still within the setbacks, but they are right on top of each other. And who knows how big this house is going to be. So it's probably going to tower over this other tiny house. And
well, we know how big it's going to be. Remember, they showed us. Plans.
Oh, they did show us architecturals?
No, just the footprint.
Oh yeah. No, in terms of the footprint, it's definitely going to be a big home.
Just drive around. You'll see how big they're going to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it was a permit that was just outside of the 25-foot buffer. But I have to say, I had to make sure that the pink flags that National Grid used to mark the gas line weren't the wetlands flags, because the foundation stakes were literally right on top of some pink flags. And I was like, well, that's not right. Like, this project is outside of wetlands jurisdiction. And then I found out that National Grid probably used the same colored flags as the wetland scientist, and his aren't. John Zimmer always numbers his flags, and those flags aren't numbered. So he said, those aren't my flags. I was like, okay, because if this is right on top of a wetland, we have a problem.
At least we're not going to be hearing much rock chipping, I don't think.
I don't know. There's definitely some tiny exposed ledge in the ground, but not like, I don't know. Probably not like Windy Hill or Diab. So
Kathy will be able to hear it. Maybe.
Yep.
Pardon?
You'll be able to hear it.
Yeah. Heard it not too long ago. Right next door. Still.
Not tired of it yet, are you?
Everybody is, right? This whole area, everywhere.
Kathy, they need to update their barriers, by the way. I've emailed the owner probably twice. So third time.
For what sound barriers?
Huh?
What kind of barriers?
Windy Hill needs new erosion control barriers.
Yeah.
They're completely flat. I've been asking on and off for the last couple months.
Yeah.
One more warning and then I will be not so nice.
And the tree line that they weren't supposed to touch, the one that's along Jerusalem Road, they've touched it. It's been pushed back and it's.
Did they go past the barrier this time, Kathy? Because I know they were like trimming around it, but not cutting anything down.
I didn't actually step onto their property. I just went to the end. So, I mean, it's just cleared. The trees used to be right up to where the footprint was, the beginning of the footprint, the tree line. And now it's pushed back towards towards Jerusalem Road. It's a big space. I don't know if they're going to put their pool in there or not. I don't know.
Yeah, still no updates on the pool. I've tried asking around, but I have no idea if they're going to build that or not.
Have those houses been sold?
It would be like right on the edge of the, like.
Yeah, like why would you want to build a pool right up against trees?
Probably why they cleared it.
Yeah.
They weren't supposed to.
Are those houses still for sale or have they sold them?
Top one sold, I know that.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
They
It
want
sold
more-
before they started.
They want more for the bottom one than they do for the top, I think.
I think it's bigger, yeah.
The top ones, yeah, sold. Bottom.
They're huge.
The bottom one's a weird location. It's just.
Yeah.
Every time you drive up Jerusalem Road, it's right in your face. It's like,
Exactly.
what's the frontage on that lot? I need to look at the site plan again, but I'm like, that seems a little close, unless they got a
Yeah.
variance.
It looks weird.
Yeah.
Chris, what neighborhood do you live in?
I live off Pleasant Street, Pleasant Lane. Just where's one house in the woods, kind of.
The one, is that the one with the funny roof that got redone right on the corner?
No,
Where's Pleasant Lane? I'm trying to think where
that is Pleasant Lane, where they did like the
yeah, the little
scallop-
fish
the
fish
scallop.
scales. Yeah. That's where you live?
I live down there,
Okay.
down the end there. Yeah,
That's where I went looking for the bodies.
the cops were in my yard. Yeah,
I know they were. I just live right up the hill from you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you go to the top of Pleasant
Yeah.
and you make a left, I'm 2 houses up on the right.
Oh, all right.
I'm the shack that looks like it's fallen down.
Okay. The not the modern one that they just
Across
did.
across the street from the modern one.
Oh, all right.
But
But the other modern one.
1960s modern.
Yeah, I like that
Yeah.
house.
California Ranch.
It's funny. My daughter, we drove by there, and she was like, "I used to live in there with Grandma." She just makes up the weirdest stuff about that house.
From a previous life and she doesn't know it.
Yeah.
How old's your daughter?
She's 4.
Oh, that's funnier.
She needs a gecko. I have the perfect gift for her. I'll drop it off. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got a couple chickens too. They could use a little home.
Oh, nice. I'm surprised you keep chickens up with all the coyotes around here. I thought about it for a little bit, but they get more coyotes than I could shake a stick at. I have to chase them out of the yard.
They're penned. Oh yeah, you have bad coyotes where you are. They're always
I think
They know me though. I make my presence known. I chase them and make a lot of racket.
Yeah, that's a good. The people across the street from us were worried that their dogs were going to get carried off, and I said, "Get a cheap fire extinguisher, and when they're in your yard, go out there." And they had the pups. They'd let the pups play on their lawn. The parents of the pups to try to lure the dogs out. I said, "Just go out there and hose them down with a fire extinguisher, and they'll never come back."
Nice.
Yeah.
I saw a coyote I was driving up downtown and past Fleming's towards the fire station, towards the police station. I was driving, and after you pass Fleming's, there's a bench on the sidewalk there, and a guy was sitting there eating a sandwich, and I'm driving slowly up, and there's a coyote just walking on the sidewalk past Fleming's. On the sidewalk, he was just sauntering and walking towards that guy with the sandwich, and the guy was looking down. He didn't even notice, and the coyote was like
right there,
10 feet. Yeah, Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There was one right in front of the library and like a couple months ago. And yeah, I was pulling out of the library and I was like, oh, that's not a dog. Well, it is. It's just not a domestic one.
Anyway,
Awesome. Well,
they're everywhere. I still like the wildlife.
Yep.
Still take it.
all right.
Okay.
We didn't get much solved tonight.
Oh,
Didn't get much what?
Nothing was solved tonight except for one COC for.
Well, we got it. We got our legal schooling from our two attorneys.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? He should have kept his mouth shut, and I would have made a motion to approve. And I mean, look, they're only doing it to sell the lots. It's just like Andrew, whatever his name was, out on right next to across
Andrew Flynn.
Yeah, same exact thing. You know,
Yeah.
and then he still hasn't sold. I hope it bankrupts him.
He wasn't a bad guy.
This meeting's still being recorded.
Yeah, he's trying to get. He
talk about a sob story.
Burn us up. The sob story.
Oh yeah. My whole life, I've just wanted.
Just wanted a tennis court. Yeah.
That was great. I thought that was very clever because you know I told you that I saw the architecturals and it was a lawn court from the start.
Oh yeah, you were saying that.
Architectural predated his submission to us, and he always intended to put a grass court there.
Yeah.
Or at least that's what was on the plan.
Doesn't matter. It's going to come back. That's, you know, I've been talking to the building department, John Halen, for, you know, they had a group meeting for chairmen and everything, and the whole idea was to stop having meetings that were meaningless, like this one tonight.
Yeah.
And John he just doesn't seem to get it.
Was this for all boards, or is this just in like?
No, it was all the boards got together, and the idea was, you know, for instance, I know all the issues with this property. You know, there's already 3 houses on a shared driveway. It's not a subdivision. You can't, even if they were going to put it on a shared driveway, the driveway's got to get bigger, all these different things. So
Sewer,
yeah. So we know that this project can't go ahead the way it's going. So John should have just told these guys, don't go to conservation, period.
Well, I don't think he told them that at all. While we were talking, I read that letter that he sent to him. He mentioned planning and zoning. He didn't say anything about go to conservation in his letter. He said,
I don't recall that he recommended going to conservation. I can double check with him. I don't know if he did. I can double check though.
Well, no, but the point is he doesn't say don't go to conservation.
Oh yeah. No. That it's not in the letter at all. But I think someone said that John Halen said go to conservation. I don't know if that's
Brodsky
did.
Yeah.
Brodsky said that they told him to go, that Halen told them to go to conservation. He didn't do that at all. He basically told them to go to zoning and planning.
Yeah.
There should be some kind of screening process where somebody decides.
That's the idea.
So there is. Yeah. Okay. So it's not a bylaw, and it honestly should be. John or whoever came up with this, there is a policy that lists out the application process, and unfortunately it's like a guidance document, so I don't know how much it can be enforced, but John is saying you need to file for a building permit first, and then he determines whether it needs planning, zoning, and all the other boards, because what he does is he adds all the sign-offs like fire, sewer, water, and then I'm obviously stormwater and conservation. So phase 1 is you're supposed to go to planning, zoning, and conservation. And only after you get approval from all those 3 boards, those are the big boards, then you go to all the other boards.
Excuse me, in that order? Zoning.
No, that's the problem.
Well, that's my issue. That's the point.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if we want to further, yeah. So
that's the problem, right?
Yeah. But yeah,
Well,
so anyway, there
did-
is
I
a
did-
guidance that you're supposed to do it in this order, but I don't know how enforceable that is. And John, I think, is trying to enforce this as best as he can, but obviously everyone comes to us in different phases and there's only so much that.
But that's why I sent you that email with
Mhm.
the checklist, because
Yeah.
you have 5 days to say your application's not complete, and you got to just start doing it, because it's a killer.
Mhm.
And even if you did have the, whoops, did I just get rid
No,
of
you're
you?
here.
No.
You're here. Even if you did have somebody that looked at each proposal and said, well, even if you did have a list of which board you go to first, it really would be different for each case, because in some cases that they should go maybe to conservation first, and then some cases, so it shouldn't just be standard lists. I think it should be case by case, and it'd be nice if there was somebody that could look at it and just say, yeah, you need to, okay, you're going to put in a pool, it's near the wetlands, okay, you need to go to conservation first, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Almost all of them have to come to us, but how many actually go to ZBA?
I think a lot of times for zoning, it's really only when, a lot of the times it's when they're requesting a variance.
Yeah.
And docs for some reason always go to zoning. I don't know why, they just do. But planning only reviews obviously specific types of submissions, and a lot of people skate around that where they just, avoid large home review. And large home review is the one that has the giant umbrella peer review submission, including stormwater management. So anytime something's going to planning board, they pretty much already lined up a peer reviewer, and stormwater is a part of it. So we're almost kind of like just getting their report, which is nice. I mean, somebody else is doing it, but it's kind of weird that we don't do it. Planning board has very specific sets for peer review, and I think they peer review pretty much almost everything. And we don't. For us, it's more on a case by case basis. I can't speak for zoning. But yeah, and also zoning and planning and conservation all meet different times. I think we meet the most. We kind of have to because of how many submissions we get, and we have dual jurisdiction unlike other conservation commissions. So we have to meet, I think, twice a month.
Planning meets twice.
They do? Okay. Zoning, I think, only meets once a month. And they have a weird process.
Afternoon or something. They do it in the afternoon. They don't do it in the evening.
They have a weird process as well where they push out agenda items, sometimes like 2+ months. And I don't know what their procedure is. I don't know if it's like, oh, we only have this many hearings. And like, Kathy, I know we had previously talked about that with council, and council said we unfortunately can't limit the amount of hearings unless, again, if it's not a complete application or something, but we have to initially process everything in 21 days, at least open the hearing and then continue it for whatever reason. But yeah, so zoning does something different entirely.
I still think a gatekeeper to kind of direct each project to where they should go.
I agree.
Save everybody a lot of time. I'll do that job.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice if, again, there is some sort of general guidelines to go to certain boards first, but I just don't know how often it's followed, especially for septic projects or things that are specifically sewer or Board of Health related, and zoning or planning might just be or conservation might be a secondary type of review. But yeah, for most projects like new home construction, commercial projects, planning, zoning, conservation, we're the big three. Yeah. And we also do have language in our regulations. I think it's both in stormwater and in wetlands. You have to apply to all other boards with the exception of a local building permit. So it slightly contradicts John's guidance, but we say it in black and white. You have to apply, at least apply. It doesn't say approve, but you have to apply to all the other boards. Yeah. Anyway. Fun stuff.
Well, okay. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Thanks, gang.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Thank you, Charlotte, for all your help.
Chris.
Thank you. Keep you posted on bylaw stuff.
Okay.
Goodie.